Thank you, everybody, very much for joining us here today. We are finally here, top 8 here, calling all heroes, minor 3. I am joined today by Anaya, and today should be a very exciting one. We've got the 4th seed and 5th seed Buzzcare Jr. versus EXN Sabres, both teams having a very well-produced Swiss stage, and both of them coming in today hoping to make it into that semifinals in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and the Swiss has been very, very exciting for anybody that has been wanting to know about it. Both of these teams have been competing within the division that they have been playing in, and they have been very, very successful. As you said, the fourth and fifth seed taking it on here today. It should be a fantastic matchup.
I mean, it 100% should be. I believe both these teams went 4 and 2 respectively, within that being 4th and 5th. So again, a really good showing for them. Both of them eventually going to have an opportunity. I know the winner of this match will be able to go up against the winner of Timeless Nightmare and UWM Cats, which could be very exciting, but it's something we're going to have to see both these teams hoping to get some momentum because, as a reminder, this is double elimination. Even if a team does lose here, they'll move down to the lower bracket. They will still have an opportunity to keep their journey going. But Naya, you want to come out the gate and get a win right at the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. You always want to keep your momentum high, right? You don't want to lose that first match because if you lose that first match, you're basically saying to yourself, it's a one way home or it's a one way back to the graveyard. So, yeah, but this one should be, fantastic as you said, whether which team wins or loses, it should still be a great series.
Yeah, it 100% should be. But make it even better, man. Let's actually talk about the teams we'll be seeing here today. First up, we'll be looking over at Buzzcare Jr. Buzzcare Jr. again coming out 4 and 2 in that Swiss stage, managing to finish in 4th place. We have Gungner, Nian, and Pablo, along with Stellar and Caffeine. Again, a phenomenal app that has done a lot of fantastic things that comes into today, really just trying to gun down and have this opportunity to get a match against, hopefully against Timeless Nightmare, and being able to move on, because that is the dream of any team in here, is trying to just basically win the whole thing.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, they want to hold their heads high. They want to move on to that next round. And I got to say, Timeless Nightmare would be a fantastic matchup for any of these teams here that we're going to be able to see. But yeah, Muscare Jr., they have a pretty strong line. I'm definitely going to be looking forward to what they could bring to the series here.
I mean, 100%. It should be fantastic to see, but of course, we're going to have to talk about their opponents within EXN Sabres, which, again, should be a phenomenal job. In my days nowadays, I love watching the tank battles, a tank player at heart. So Zaire Yoiki, you got Kat and Julia over there, as well as Hen Dog and Sky. And that's the biggest thing right now, is the meta has kind of shifted towards the tanks not being as important and the DPS becoming very important. It's more just about trying to sustain. And between the tanks today, that sustainability and who's able to survive longer is going to mean a lot.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to these backline compositions. I know that I've seen a heck ton, just up in the streams that I've done, probably as you. But yeah, both of these teams are going to be definitely strong here.
I mean, yeah, they 100% should be. And in this case, again, this is the number 4, number 5 seed. Based on seeding, based on what we know about how these double in brackets works, this should be the closest match here today. Obviously, we have other matches going on as well, but we'll be covering more throughout the day, and as well as we have the Challenger Series going on over on the main OW Esports. But are you here? Relax, sit down, grab some popcorn, give yourself time to relax. But Naya, we do know our first map. It is going to be Ilios, which this is the pick of Buzzcare Jr. They were the higher seed going into this matchup.
Hey, this is my favorite map hunter. For any
Wow.
Lucio main out there, just hit him right up onto the, hole area or just hit him off the map up on Lighthouse. But yeah, I gotta say, there's a lot of compositions that both of these teams could run here. They could use the flyers up in their comps, even, how we saw the Brig Juno backline, all those Brigs were really, really good sustainable. So definitely looking forward to those rallies to see here.
No, I mean 100%. We're gonna see how things are gonna be going. We're gonna be starting out over on Ruins, and right now, bit of two different sides to get things going here. We do see Zachary K gonna be in the lineup here. Uh, Obviously, Malga not usually a character that gets brought out in these situations, but the diva normally is. They have kind of come in and out of the meta, so this is very interesting for our first map if they decide to stick.
Yeah, and they're gonna have the Sim TP to TP out a spawn, which that should give Sabres, that little extra advantage to get to the point a little quicker. But they also got Stella up on the Juno for the speed ring, same as Sabres with their Juno. So let's see who gets to the point here quicker.
Yep, going to have to see once again Malga versus the Diva. The Diva has been known to very much sustain against the Malga very well, so Gungner gonna have to do a really good job as they are gonna be pushing up, trying to just gain as much space as they possibly can right now. But now, yeah, the big thing is that this is gonna be a very slow developing fight. But Stellar already going to be taking down Zachary, doing a very good job of clearing things out. Still a little bit stall in the point by Gungner, trying to see if they can hold on, but they're gonna have to concede for just a little bit and hand over the point.
Yeah, and I kind of like what Zachary's doing right now, just trying to hold this high ground for their team. But yeah, Rozzy got the pick there up on the Phoenix, which that could
Ooh.
be pretty massive.
I mean, 100%. That's a fantastic shot by her. And now, gonna have to back out, just take a big reset. We're gonna see Caffeine swap over to the Juno instead, which honestly seems to be the right choice.
Yeah, for sure. They could get that speed ring in, go real quick. But yeah, I feel like Zachary K might still be that one to, admonish the backline here because 54% up on that all charge. If they were to get bombed, just launch it up. That could be some mass devastation.
I mean, 100%. Sorry, not something we're very accustomed to seeing, but we're happy to see Zachary K again getting an opening pick for the squad. Rosie not too far behind. And now it's a struggle of trying to get anything going. The flip does come through momentarily. Unfortunately, Gungar and Caffeine not going to last very long, so that flip is going to mount to maybe 10% max. And unfortunately, that's fine, but they haven't managed to come away with a fight win quite yet.
Yeah, maybe Buzzcare Jr. can try and engage off of this next fight, try and think of a good plan to go up against Sabres. But Sabres will have ultimates, right? They basically have 4 to 5 up in their ult bank. So this one should be heading over to Sabres if they keep up this momentum.
I mean, 100%. Alts, nothing really super close yet outside of EX and Sabres, who are sitting at about 75% plus to everything right now. So they're looking for a bit of an extended fight here. You don't want to lose anybody early on as Zachary K going to be pushing into Caffeine a little bit here, trying to see if they can take them down as Gungnar doing their best to stay alive as Zachary K gonna let go of the bomb, and now EXN Sabres, here they come, popping off. We already have 2 picks to their name, and now it's all about just trying to find the cleanup, trying to go and cap that point. Looks like they're gonna be pushed out. EXN Sabres will be able to keep this alive, and now Buzzcare Jr., I mean, I don't even know if a retouch is even possible.
Yeah, I don't know either, but Buzzcare will have some ultimates coming up, but as you said, they're not going to be able to touch this objective, but it will head to the next point here up in Ilias, but really great momentum and tempo up on the side of EXN Sabres.
I mean, 100%, and the person I really want to shout out here is Rosie. Like, she did a phenomenal job on the Shash, constantly holding down that right side angle. So Julia never really had an opportunity to fully press in that situation. So, or more so, Phoenix didn't get the opportunity to fully press in that situation. So, a really well done job there. But the most important thing is Ash is still gonna be really good for this map, and EXE Sabres, their comp in general, is gonna be really good for this map. And Buzzcare Jr., if they opt to stick onto the Zarya, I feel like it might struggle again.
Yeah, and I totally agree here because we didn't get to see as much value just from that first map with the Zarya pick against the Diva pick, but if we are EXN Sabres, you're still running that same thing, and I gotta say, if you put that Ashe up on high, you could get a lot of value.
Yeah, the most important thing is that there's not anybody on Buster Jr. that can really force out Rosie in this situation. She should be able to hold on to that high ground very well. To see a big anti-nade. No one goes down yet, but it has forced them all into a small little room where Julia is just trying to poke a prod away. Unfortunately, pokes for a little too long. She ends up going down, and now the 5v4 is online. Point is open. Should be no problem for them to be eventually take, but Rosie's just going to get her own pick there. As we're to see a reset as Zachary K looks like they're still alive. Just went over to the high ground. They're just going to chill out for a little bit.
Yeah, not a bad decision for Zachary to hold this upper, and I like where Rosie's playing, right? Shooting the dynamite, trying to get somebody up on the point there, but it doesn't seem. But this aggression from Zachary Hunter is pretty nice.
Yeah, very close to going down, but they are going to sustain, stay alive, and now this is where you kind of have to poke and prod away and hope that Chrissy is going to be able to deliver a nade that's going to kind of cause a lot of abilities to come out, especially that immortality field that's still in line. And as long as Calvine keeps that to her body, it could be fantastic. Phoenix is already down. The Nano has been engaged onto Zachary K. Going to try to run down this backline. Stellar eliminated. should be the fight right there. It's going to be cleared away. Just a little bit of stall left sitting by and eventually cleared off. Good nade, good aggression. The nano to clean things out. 43 or 44%. Not a bad job. Busker Jr. able to save for a while, but EX and Sabres taking their sweet time with that fight.
Yeah, and that's fantastic from EX and Sabres. They definitely needed to win that fight, and we will be able to see some ultimates, right? Tracer will have the ultimate, same with the Diva as well. So both of those two ultimates to do something for EX and Sabres here this next fight, but they still got a lot to build. But Buzzcare Jr. are going to try and stop those ultimates.
Yeah, and it might be down right here to Julia trying to find the pulse. It is not going to stick. No dice in that situation, but fight still very much on hands. Zachary K does have the bomb if they want to be able to sustain on the point. They are eventually going to have to use the bomb to be able to do so. Julia, unfortunate mistake there as the grab's going to get expended by Gungner. Going to see if they can find something. They're going to find the point flip, and at this point, it's going to be hard for EX and Sabres to come back. So big cleanup, big grab that bear by Gungner, and now 50% and counting. EX and Sabres, not a lot of work with for this next side outside of that bomb.
Yeah, for sure. And, the Tracer won't have the ultimate. The Diva won't have the ultimate. The really only big factor here for EX and Sabres will be that rally and that bob. So it really positions to where they put that bob up on the point, right? But if you're Buzzcare Jr., you are really controlling this EX and Sabres team. And if you keep on doing this, you're going to be leading yourself to that map 3 of Ilios.
Yep. Got a big nade right there as the Bob's going to get engaged. And we're seeing on the point as well that Amp Matrix going to be used, but EX and Sabres already clearing away. Looks like it's going to go in their favor. Zachary K getting 2K of their own, and now it's just trying to sustain force as much as you possibly can. Should be about 91% on the board there. So again, a good job being patient, but the problem is they're going to have a lot of trouble rushing, or more so stopping Buster Jr. They have the freeze and the Deadeye. Both are very deadly if they get caught out with it.
Yeah, and if, Phoenix were to set up high or go up onto a corner, and now we get to see the switch over to the Juno, so they might try and, do like a speed ring thing with the Cass ultimate, which that could be pretty exciting if you're Buzzcare Jr. But if you're EX and Sabres, you only have these 2 support ultimates, so you're really looking to sustain yourself here against Buzzcare Jr.
Yep, Rally gonna come online here. Julia almost getting caught out, but she manages to sustain as the push comes through. Gonna push out the Juno Caffeine and getting eliminated again. Zachary K doing a really good job on a lot of these initiation things right here. The boop comes through. It doesn't get anybody, doesn't quite look at it, but it's already gonna be enough. 60 or more so, 75% on the board. Now final fight territory online. A lot of bolts coming around the corner here. It's really important that this grab gets aligned for Gugner though.
Yeah, that Graviton Surge would be excellent for Buzzcare Jr. I feel like if they were to just place that up on the point, even pop the Blizz, that would be the win con of this fight. But EX and Sabres still has that pulse, and that pulse could be pretty dangerous if it were to get up into your backline for your supports.
Yeah, Zeki out of the mech as well. That is devastating, but Julia with a 2K to get things going. The point does slip over, but the fight is very much still alive, and they're going to full-on invest in this fight. Zachary K gets grabbed and frozen, but has been kept up through it all. And now Juan Pablo with no choice but to fall onto the point. Try to see if they can get some time to get people back. The point's going to flip over, but you have to put bodies on the point if you want to take it. So EX and Sabres will get the point back, have some stall coming through. Naya, it is just a matter of time at this point. We see the stall, we see them coming in, but the ults weren't used fast enough, they weren't used properly, and now this is basically just the stall of death at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree here, and EX and Sabres is probably just gonna say no to Buzzcare Jr. for this Ilios and take their map win, but yeah, I gotta say, I really loved that aggression and the way that they communicated those ultimates, because we got to see a nice pulse bomb, even, the Diva bombs from Zachary K, but I also wanna, give the feed to those supports, keeping up Zach and even the DPS players, so much appreciated up on the side of EX and Sabres. But hey, if you're Buzzcare Jr., this is not over for you. You still have a series here.
Yeah, 100%. It's not that they struggled too terribly much. Obviously, things not working out on that first sub-map on Ruins, but we give over the Lighthouse, and it looks way more competitive in that aspect. I still like the fact that you have Gang trying to run this Zarya. I don't think it's a bad pick by any means. I just think maybe this early in the series are more so on Ilios. I don't think it's the best call. Where normally Dive is king on this map. That Diva, that Winston, that ball. That's what you think of when you think of Ilios. And unfortunately, it just didn't play out to start the series.
Yeah, maybe they could have switched up their composition or no, moving to this next map, they could possibly switch to that brawl comp, right? Where they, use a Ramatra or like an Orisa. But I gotta say, if you're Buzzcare Jr., try and switch something up. It might favor you.
Yes, because they will have the ability to pick both the map and the mode in the situation. So it's not like you're forced out into a small pool of hybrid maps that are very dive-like. You can very much go wherever you want. And if you wanted to go to a place where you wanted to go for something that's very heavy brawl, Flashpoint, really great for that. Servos, New York City, amazing for that. But there is another map that is very incredible for that, Naya, and it is perhaps the most infamous map in the history of Overwatch. If you're a caster, you're darn sick of it, but you're watching it, so you sure as heck aren't. We're going to be going to King's Row for our second map.
Yeah, that one should be extremely exciting. We're probably going to be able to see more of that Ash gameplay up on EXN Sabres. We got to see a lot of that high ground value, so definitely looking forward to that. But even the brawl compositions, same with the pokes. So definitely looking forward to see what these two teams could do, especially Buzzcare Jr.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's again another of those situations where you could really just set up the Ash on the high ground again. I imagine Rosie, she's still going to get a lot of value on that defense and honestly on that attack as well, because even though this is a very brawl heavy map, we have seen teams start to utilize the high grounds on first and second point and run a little bit more poke oriented things. You'll still see like the Gino in that brig, you'll see the Ash, you'll see a Cassidy. That's what's kind of been coming out. The real question becomes the tanks because Diva's probably not going to be the best in that situation. So that's where you have to really debate bringing out the Ramatra or maybe even the Orisa. But it's kind of down to the comfortability of the tank.
Yeah, for sure. And, it's going to be exciting to see what they could do. And, even Hunter, one of these teams could do something with that hit scan, right? Possibly like that Widow pick, for that entrance pick up on the DPS role. But who knows?
No, it is very much up in the air in the situation. Something we're going to have to see. One thing we do know is we are going to have a substitution coming through in this situation as getting things settled here in the lobby. Zetarayoki is going to be coming in on support, I believe so. Zachary K going to stay over in the tank role. So now the question is, what do you have in mind making a support swap? Because universally, we saw both teams able to kind of go to the Juno Brig. Maybe this is a situation where you want to run something that's a little more fast paced. We see some teams still try to run the Lucio with like a Moira or
Yeah.
like a Kiriko. It's still a possibility, but I think this is really going to see what the kind of skill expression and the creativity of this team this map.
Yeah, maybe we'll be able to see a rush composition come out from, whether team, which it is up on their attack. But I still kind of feel like that brawl composition up on Kings would be something definitely exciting to see. But yeah, talking about that backline support, that could be a change up. We might be able to see Ana up in the mix for those antis. We got to see a lot of that play through. So who knows?
Yeah, no, something we're at to see. Nothing is truly marked in until we see those spawn gates open up and see the comps come up. We've seen a lot of teams trick us, swap back at the last second, and goes
Yep.
completely something entirely different. We've seen it too many times, but not the case for the defenders. Those defenders coming out, it's going to be very clear what they're going to do, and that setup's going to be very important. Obviously, you want to have your hit scan up on the high ground. Same thing with supports in that situation. Your tank kind of has to be the one to kind of mark down that point and make sure you don't give away a free tick or two because I mean, now we've been doing this long enough to see that teams that do this, sometimes they give up that first tick or two basically for free without any contention, and it comes back to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, and maybe Hunter, I actually just thought about this. Maybe we'll be able to see a rhyme composition. So like the switch up
Ooh.
with the supports, maybe a BAP could come up in the play for one of these teams here, to get a little more brawlier up on the sides of things. But that would be pretty nice to see here. That Rhine little duel for the funsies. But yeah, EX and Sabres trying to lead their way here up in the series of Kings Row.
Yeah, and we're going to see how things are to get this thing rounded out. As you see right now, I believe Buskier Jr. going to have to go on the attack since it was their map mode or the map and mode pick. EX and Sabres got the opportunity to attack or defend. Like most teams, they are going to opt to defend first and foremost, and this is very interesting. This is what I would call a very ideal comp here for defense. You have the brawl aspect with Zachary K and Julia on the Armatra and the May, respectively, but you're keeping the Juno break backline. You're keeping Rosie over her on that Ash. I think it's a very great call. But honestly, you could say the same for Buskier Jr. in this situation.
Yeah, and EXN could look for the slows with the Ramatra pick, same with those Mei Walls, even those
Winton!
Ash Dynamites. And Winton, as we see from Zachary K, supporting the raise of EXN Sabres. But for Buzzcare Jr., this one should be a fight.
Nope, 100% should be. We're going to get this one going. Now, if you're Musketeer, you want a quick start here, and want to see if they can find a wall to get things going here. Wall's going to be expended. Going to find nothing to get things going, so EXN Sabres just want to try to slow the momentum of Buzzcare Jr. as much as possible during this first fight. You don't want to give them the opportunity to have a super early fight where they take that away and have a big time bank going into that second, but Wall's going to come through. Going to be able to slip through and stay alive as both Ramatras have used their Nemesis forms to be able to kind of push through. So, I mean, if you're EXN Saber, this is what you want. You want them pincered up in here, using cooldowns, letting Rosie kind of just hit away over and over as Caffeine's sitting literally at 1 health and eventually going to go down, as that's going to cause that fight to come to an end right there. Unfortunately, he's getting caught out, and Busker Jr., the thing is, they just have to play faster. They have to pop the Annihilation just to live.
Yeah,
Ooh.
honestly, that might have not been a bad choice from Zachary, getting to live that fight. But, Buzzcare Jr., they're going to have to try and regauge up into this fight, trying to go to that right-hand side possibly. But who knows? If EXN Sabres gets that main wall off of them, it could be extremely dangerous.
I mean, it very much could be. And now you have to worry about what your rotation is going to be here as Busker Jr. Again, you can't be the slower team in this regard. You can't just give these sight lines to Rosie over and over. You either try to rotate around and force them off the high ground, or you just have to play super fast. And unfortunately, they're not really doing either in this situation. The wall's going to come through. Doesn't manage to cut them out, as we're going to see the Obliterate going to be introduced. All kind of pinching themselves into this back area. Phoenix does manage to find Rosie, though, so Rosie is no longer going to be in the fight. It's now a 5v4 in the favor here of Buzzcare Jr., but they have to play fast in this situation because you need to try to get somebody out here.
Yeah, and Buzzcare Jr. will have some ultimates. We get to see the Annihil building up, even Phoenix's ultimate up on the
Ooh.
Cas, but Phoenix is dead here, and I don't think that Cas ultimate is going to be used.
Yep, we could see a freeze being used momentarily here. Jillian might throw this down like directly on the Ramatra afterwards, and here we go. On the Ramatra, no Annihilation to keep them up. They need to try to burn them away. They're getting low, but they're going to have to pop the Annihilation, and it's going to work out. Buzzcare Jr. going to fly away on this one. Honestly, a really good job, really good patience, and especially Phoenix managing to find so many picks. They did an excellent job keeping that team afloat during that fight.
Yeah, definitely a great job for Buzzcare Jr. That's definitely something that they needed, right? Because if EXN were to hold them here again, it could have been that time-ticking situation, but wonderful job. They still have these two DPS ultimates up on Buzzcare Jr., so definitely looking forward to those up on how they position. But EXN Sabres will have these ultimates, and the Annihil is out.
Yeah, and Zachary doesn't get hit with that freeze either, so basically they trade the 1-for-1 essentially for nothing in that situation. So if you're EXN Sabres, very happy with that fight. You get a freeze out, and now the only comparable tool sitting left is going to be that Deadeye, which, I mean, with the way Deadeye is nowadays, it can be very devastating if used properly.
Yeah, especially, the Juno Speed Ring could be heavy used with that Deadeye if Phoenix were to pop up on like high ground or even that corner flank, but
Ooh!
that pick from Caffeine is really, really wonderful.
Yeah, she did a great job there as Rosie's going to be taken out of that fight, and now you no longer have that extra press. They're going to pop the rally. Trying to see if you can kind of sustain. It looks like they will be able to do so, but the most important thing is make sure you get that cart rolling and rolling. You're being given free space. You've got to make the most of it, as right now, Obliterate gonna be used in the situation. EXN Sabres want to try to sustain, want to try to find a pick in the situation, but Caffeine getting super low will eventually be taken down as Buzzcare Jr. Again, you have to just kind of have to back off in this situation. And that's the situation. EXN Sabres, they do get pushed back in some of these fights, but they just pop it out and come right back into it, essentially.
Yeah, and I will say, EXN Sabres won't have these support ultimates anymore, so maybe Buzzcare Jr. can push themselves up into their front line and start getting those picks, but they still got to be aware of those DPS lines, right? You get to see the DPS ultimates up on the side of EXN Sabres, and those ultimates can be pretty positioned well if you're one of those EXN Sabres.
Yep. Buzzcare Jr. going to have 4 ults going into this fight. You don't want to use too many in this situation, but at the same time, you want to try to ult first, as double DPS ultimates here from Sabres to get this one rolling. They're going to come away with the win on the fight as well, but the problem is they used 2 of the 3 ultimates they basically have left. And even though you get that pick onto Caffeine if you're Rosie, Buzzcare Jr. now going to have essentially all 5 going to this fight. They should be favored, but they need to be careful not to over ult.
Yeah, for sure. And, Zachary K will have their Anile, so maybe that's something that EX and Sabres could try and sustain with to push Buzzcare Jr. back, but maybe Buzzcare Jr. is trying to force out that ultimate.
Yep, Annihilation going to be used on the Cassidy. They're going to try to find something. Unfortunately, no dice in that situation. We're going to see the Open Ray going to be used as well. This is already the expansion of 3 ultimates for the squad, and it is finding absolutely nothing right now. So Buzzkill Jr. back to the drawing board. 3 ultimates, or more so 2 ultimates, going to be down the drain there. Still, at the very least, if you're all tracking properly, you know Sabres have absolutely nothing for this fight, so you can just go all out with that Annihilation to that freeze.
Yeah, I totally agree. Buzzcare Jr. could go in with that Juno speed ring, get absolutely havoc mode up into their back line. But yeah, if you're Buzzcare Jr., you have 3 ultimates, and that's a lot to favor over EX and Sabres. They really only have those support ultimates that are charging up right now, but maybe EX and Sabres will try and use those ultimates whenever they get.
Yep. See the push out once again. One Bubble likely going to go around this freeze in a moment here, but you've already managed to lose your tank, your Ramatra, this early in the fight. That makes it devastating, and now with that overrate, you have to get out. You have to completely disengage and give up on the fight, and now we're sitting at 30 seconds left, and this could be devastating for Buzzkill Jr.
Yeah, this is kind of, that scary situation for Buzzcare Jr., but I will say, they still have these 3 ultimates to position off of. They can go in with that Juno speed ring to be aggressive, but even, we could see that Ram shield popped with that Annihil, but it seems to be the Blizz is out.
This is where I would pop that Annihilation. I would double down on this situation. Unfortunately, it is going to happen. Maybe a little too late, but Buzzkill Jr. is coming in with the fight. Going to see if he can get rid of this break. It would be massive, but most importantly, you need to get this cart rolling, because right now, it is basically a one-on-one battle. Rosie, she's got that Bob online. Juan Pablo has the freeze online. If you're Buzzkill Jr., when they group up, you have to use this quickly, because the longer this fight goes, the worse it's going to be for them.
Yeah, go extremely quicker than EX and Sabres here if you are Buzzcare Jr. And, we get to see that Orbital Ray building up for them as well. So that might be something this next fight that they could use. But if you're EX and Sabres, I feel like they might stop this one, Hunter.
Yep, it's right now. Make sure to stay safe right now. As you're going to see, waiting for the Bob. The Bob's going to do a little bit of wall hopping there, going over both, put into an excellent position, and they're not going to touch the cart. So that is a devastating way to lose that right there. Again, remember how fast that can kind of tick away once overtime's been on for a while. So unfortunately, we weren't even able to commit to the fight a whole lot. And now EX and Sabres, I mean, that's not the hardest place to push to when it comes to King's Row attack.
Yeah, they're in a really good position here if you're EX and Sabres, but I gotta say, if you're Buzzcare Jr., now you're gonna have a tough defense, right? Because you didn't push it all the way to the 3 or the 2nd. So I'm really looking forward to see what they could do here. Maybe they could try and copy paste the EX and Sabres composition where they have that Ash up on the high ground, try and do something there. But maybe okay. So Buzzcare Jr. gonna rock the May and Ash here, which I feel like that is a nice composition for those DPS.
I 100% agree in the situation. This is where things are going to get a little dicey, though. Gungner got to come over on the Orisa, which, again, Orisa is weaker. I don't think she's bad, necessarily, as a tank. However, the issue is Zachary K is currently looming over that Zarya, and that could perhaps be the worst-case scenario for Gungnir if they happen to walk into the Zarya, who, honestly, kind of
Yeah,
an actual counter, especially with the Orisa just being a little bit squishier nowadays.
especially, and we get to see EX and Sabers up on the Widow picks, so we might be trying to look for that forward progression up on the side of them. But
She
yeah, if you're Buzzcare Jr., it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's gonna be. But managed to buy a little bit of time. We see the swaps come over eventually. Rosie eventually gonna have to make the swap, and she's just gonna probably go back over to that Ashe instead. He is going to match Phoenix in this situation, and now again, these first couple fights can be super important for Buzzkill Jr. to try to buy as much time as they possibly can. You don't want to be hit with a 5-minute plus time bank. Gonna get walled off, gonna be forced to go to that hotel a little bit, gonna slip around. And now both teams kind of expending a lot of their cooldowns to try to burst through in this situation. But as things are, you could take a longer fight if you're Buzzkill Jr., especially with the fact that you have Juan Hubble and Phoenix, but you can't start it out like that. Julia manages to get an amazing shot onto Phoenix, and now you're separated if you're Gungnir, and now this is where things could get very devastating very quickly, Nyan, as the sustain just isn't going to come through well enough here, as they're going to be drained away slowly. They have to try to back out, but they're going to be able to do it for at least a momentary amount of time.
Yeah, and the pressure that Sabres is putting up on the Buzzcare right now is a heck ton, and if they keep on doing
Ooh.
this, it's gonna go their way, but nice pick there.
Yeah, I mean, it's great by Captain being up on this high ground doing as much as they're doing. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough in this situation. Zachary K has found pick after pick in this situation, and now they're going to take away this point. Going to have 5 minutes on the clock to push 97 meters. I mean, you do the math on that. That is a lot of time to push what is
Yeah.
effectively not a ton of area.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe Buzzcare Jr. will try and upset EX and Sabres here, but I gotta say, they will have that Terra Surge to use, but will it favor them against a Ramatra pick up on Zachary K, which Zachary
Cart,
K has been doing a fantastic job, but they aren't
cart, cart,
moving the cart.
cart. I will reiterate in the game of Overwatch, pushing the cart is a very important action. But finally, it is going on the way here. A lot of ultimates on the line here for Ix and Sabres. Again, the cart just making a very slow progression as Zachary K has committed with the Annihilation, has managed to find one with the help of Julia. So Busker Jr. has to pretty much full sail back out of here, and you want to be careful not to get anybody else picked up because a stagger here would be devastating.
Yeah, and if you were to lose one of those supports, as you said, it would definitely be devastating because you won't be able to use those ultimates up on Buzzcare Jr. here. So you definitely need to play safe here, play around your corners, and you do have these ultimates to use against EX and Sabres. So we might be able to see that Terra Search aggression with that Juno speedering, but that mate wall is pretty nice up onto that Ramatra.
Yeah, but Ix and Sabres does a great job of bursting through it immediately, and now ults are coming online here. Julia gonna struggle for a moment, have to use that ice block, gonna try to take that 1v1. Freeze is gonna be committed, it's gonna catch on to a couple of people. Gungnir gonna have to use Terror Surge just to make sure they don't freeze out of it. They're not gonna find any picks with it, and unfortunately, they're gonna get bursted down. Ix and Sabres coming away the favorites in that fight, and at this point, it's not gonna be very long. This is it right here, Naya. There's just no one left to really do anything. Phoenix is gonna take a late death, and no one's gonna be able to retouch his point. Gungnir's gonna come back, but unfortunately, it's just not gonna mean anything. They're gonna be on match point already. Ix and Sabres putting on a heck of a show so far in the series.
Yeah, Zachary K is doing what Zachary K could do up on that tank roll, but Rozzy got a lot of good picks up on that Ash, right? We got to see a lot of value from them. But I gotta say here, if you're Buzzcare Jr., you still kind of have momentum up in this series. I feel like you only really need to switch like one thing, possibly with your tempo here, go a little quicker with your ultimates, or maybe even, save those ultimates for those, team compositions that might even surprise you here.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. I've been surprised to see a couple things already throughout the series, but we're at that weird point where when a patch drops, there's a few days of like everyone tries to run the same thing. They realize it doesn't work. And now we are at the beginning of that middle period where we're finding out what is the best thing to run. And we think it's the Ramatra. And honestly, that's probably correct, is what it is. We'll figure it out, but either way, both teams kind of experimenting around a little bit. I like the fact that Ash May is coming out a lot. I think they're both very effective. Unfortunately, Rosie, she's just finding a lot more value in that situation, and almost more importantly, is being able to survive more effectively as well. It's been very rare that she's been caught out in these early fight situations.
Yeah, the backline supports here and Rosie here are just really nice to sustain her for sure. And, that's a good thing for the side of Sabres because the more value they do against Buzzcare Jr., they're going to be running away with the series here. But it is 2-0, and I gotta say, if you're Buzzcare Jr., that's a little scary situation, as you said, because EX and Sabres is up on that match point, Hunter.
Yeah, 100%. They will have another opportunity to pick map and mode, but I believe before that, we are going to cut it to a quick little break here. Stick around to see if Buzzkill Jr. can start the rally of the reverse sweep, or if Ace and Sabres is going to try to go in for a dominant 3-0. You're going to have to find out after this break. Welcome back, everybody, from our halftime break here. A 2-0 already for Sabres here, going up against Buzzcare Jr. and Naya. We were expecting this to be a little bit of a closer matchup. It's felt like it at times. It certainly has, but there's just been the efficiency so far of Extension Sabres coming out here and just kind of just keeping the pace in their control, which is, in the game of Overwatch, that is the last thing you want to do, is basically hand over control and pace to another team.
Yeah, and as you said about the closer series, I definitely agree with you here. Both of these teams have that 4th and 5th seed standings, so definitely kind of should be a better series. But I mean, Sabres has been putting a lot of that quick tempo and aggression up on Buzzcare Jr., which is definitely surprising him here.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, you have to come to the decision of what you do now if you're Buzzcare Jr., not just in terms of compositional matchups, but also where you want to go to. Because, again, it is map pick and mode. We have already gone through hybrid, which means there's a lot of other choices to go through. And right now we're figuring out that they are going to bring us over to push, but not just any push map. We're going to be going over to Coliseum, which, again, this is a map that very much goes around the brawl. When you think of this map, you think of Ramatra, you think of Ash, you think of Brig Juno. So I don't think very much is going to be changing here compositional wise.
Yeah, more brawl composition for both the sides here, probably. And if if Buzzcare Jr. wants to step up, sorry, my English was not Englishing there. But yeah, they want to step up here, up on Coliseum. I feel like this is a great opportunity for them because they need the match, the point here for the match, right? Because if they
Yeah.
lose the point, the match is over. They get sent down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, you don't want to go down that early because there are teams that sometimes thrive in lower bracket, but there's no team that hopes they get put down in lower bracket that early. Like, nobody hopes for that secretly. But either way, it's going to be exciting to see what they want to do. We do know one thing, though, is Sabres have another substitution. Sir Handog coming back in on support. They were on support for that first map, got subbed out for the second. Now they're back here for the third and potentially final map. We had the conversation before if that changes anything with compositions. It really didn't make any difference, so I can't imagine this isn't gonna create any kind of seismic shift within their comps. I imagine it's still probably gonna be that Brig Juno.
Yeah, I definitely agree here. And Coliseum is a variated map to those brawl compositions, maybe even a dive composition from one of these teams. We did see Diva up in the mix from the side of Sabres, so maybe the Diva will get pulled out. But in honesty here, I feel like we'll be seeing more of that Ramatra played.
I think it's very likely this is very brawl centric, especially you look at this area here, where that center area is going to be very tough to really do anything with in terms of the fact that that is very brawl heavy. That's just the situation that we're in right now. And as things are going to be setting up, we'll see what both teams want to try to run here. And to be honest, I still think, again, Ramatra, like the May, the Ash, those are very likely. But I wouldn't be surprised if Buzzcare Jr. to try to pull out a little something something.
Yeah, maybe Buzzcare Jr. can surprise us here, and it seems to be that both of these tanks are going to go to the Ball and the Orisa. So I'm wondering how this is going to affect the side of Sabres into playing a Orisa.
Yeah, it could be the case. Obviously, nothing's solidified until we get to that 0 marker. But if Sabres come out on this, this would be very, very strange. And it looks like they are. These are our actual compositions. And I'll be honest, I don't think this fully favors either side in this situation, but Zachary K could have a lot of effect in this over here on that ball, who could honestly just be a constant threat in the back line.
Yeah, I mean, that rollout from Zachary K, really wonderful rollout if you are a ball player up in the chat. But yeah, Sabres has definitely something going for him here. And even with the latest patch, I believe, there was some ball rework. So let's see what Sabres could do, though.
Yeah, ball is slightly stronger in the situation as that can start moving back and forth now. But again, this first fight can be super important for setting the momentum of the series right now. Chrissy having a little bit of issues right now. Rosie going to go down first and foremost on the Tracer for this map here to get things going. Zachary though, going to match directly back in the situation, creating a 4v4. Again, in this situation, Sabres, they are thriving off of chaos. They want the fight to be super chaotic, to be all over the place. That is what favors the ball in this situation. But for Zachary K, then for focus first and foremost on staying alive, and so far doing a really good job as Julia is focusing out on that cleanup, and it looks like it's going to pay off.
Yeah, the echo picks are wonderful from the side of Sabres, and I gotta say, if they keep up this momentum, they're gonna have these ults very, very shortly, right? We're gonna be able to see the duplication, the mine, even that orbital ray from the side of Sabres. But I gotta say, I did like their aggression if you're Buzzcare Jr. going up against the Sabres team, because if you can shut down that echo and the
Uh-oh.
ball, I feel like it's a definitely a win con here.
Yep. Doing a really well job. Honestly, doing already a really good job here, Zachary K, on this ball, but still need to try to find a picker. Julia's sitting super low, backing out a little bit. The cart was about 1 meter away from causing the progress to shift to the other side for the lead, but instead, we got the mid fight going here. Mine's gonna be thrown directly into the center. Gungnir basically going to explode, and now not only is that to get them the lead, that's gonna get them a fight win, gonna get a lot more progress, and now you have to worry about them potentially gonna get this checkpoint super early on, because with picks this late, it's gonna be really hard to stop them from just getting that checkpoint.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you here. Even though Sabres did use two players with two ultimates, I gotta say though, they still get that orbital ray, same with the rally up on the side, and they also have that blade building up for them. So they will have these three ultimates here shortly for the side, but they're still getting these picks here, Hunter.
Yeah, 100% in this situation as Seller gonna go down first, but Juan Pablo finally makes some impact over on this Junkrat. This 40 part, remember, this is gonna favor a little bit in their favor right now as they have to find something big, need to find at least one, but they're gonna find two in that situation. Great job. Busker Jr. should be able to start rallying together and finish out this fight. The problem is, Sabres, they already have the checkpoint, and now they're gonna be way further ahead, and they're gonna have the close respawns.
Yeah, and I agree with you here once again. You know, Sabres will have these two support ultimates to use against Buzzcare Jr., but I gotta say, Buzzcare Jr. will have his Terra Surge in that window to use against those support ultimates. So if I was Buzzcare Jr., I'd kind of go a little quick here.
You would kind of think about it, yeah. Phoenix over on the Sombra as well. It's really just trying to say if you can find Zachary K in the situation as Sabres currently using that orbital ray to gain a bunch of space. Looks like it's going to pay off here, but Rosie, it's getting taken out by the mines after the fact. But Zachary K still 2 to their name. Looks like they should be able to clean up here. They're still kind of split apart, but honestly, that's fine. The longer this fight takes, the better it is for Sabres. They're just buying time and making these fights last as long as possible.
Yeah, the momentum side up on Sabres with their aggression is really low-key insane. But I gotta say, Buzzcare Jr. still has this window to use, but now we're able to see the swap up on the Zarya here, so it might be that switch up for Buzzcare Jr., which they need. But they also have this rally to come up, so maybe they'll have that early engage.
Yeah, they just might in this situation. Remember, Bot already sitting at 80 meters in this situation, looking for a pile drive. Gonna find nothing for now. Is that window going to be expelled? Hack over onto Zachary K, who's just not getting enough. Rosie, she's got one, hoping for a second, and it's devastating right now. Pinching into a corner. Gungnir forced to go off the side, and Rosie picking herself up a 2K, and now the lead is just getting extended further and further and further.
Yeah, really
Oh my goodness.
wonderful blade from the side of Rizzy and Zachary K doing what a ball player could do. But yeah, both Zachary and Rosie just doing a fantastic job up on Sabres. I really love this momentum that they're bringing out here.
Yeah, 100%. The situation is already with a massive lead, but still 5 minutes on the clock. We're seeing the Zarya be copied in this situation. The tank, they're going to get rolled. Julia getting super low to going down. Eventually will not be able to get a grab up on time. And now Phoenix has to think about whether or not to use this EMP. Gonna just try to find the natural hack instead right now, but they eventually have to try to invest this because the fight's going on and it might be too late, but they go for it anyway. All 5 get caught, but no one in Sabres going down quite yet. Julia, she's gonna be the first one to go down here. Zachary K making the way back into the fight. It could still be devastating. It looks like it will be for Zachary K. It is just about trying to stall and get out of there alive. Looks like they will be able to do both.
Yeah, and Buzzcarry Jr. definitely needed this up into this fight, right? They needed the fight win to move forward up into this, and it seems to be For a second, I thought nobody was pushing that bot, but they are now. Sabres will have these ultimates to use against Buzzcare Jr., but if we could see a nice Graviton Surge from Buzzcare Jr., this could be leading towards Buzzcare Jr. more.
Yep, Jackie K gonna let go of those mines right around the bot right now. Gungnir, perhaps the most unlucky bounce possible, bounces into 2 or 3 mines, devastated, and now Julia's just gonna go through with the cleanup. Got a 2K to her name, and again, it looks like that bot is gonna go the other way. 3K for Julia, and Buzzcare Jr., they're 50-50ing, which not in every case it can be fine, but in this situation, you can't be 50-50, and you need to get that bot some push.
Yeah, and the Sabres tempo against Buzzcare is just so much for the side of Buzzcare Jr. to even do something against Sabres. But as I said, right, they still have these ultimates. They're going to have 4 up in their bank, so they could use something against this Orbital Ray, but both teams trying to be aggressive.
Yeah, we're seeing exactly gets frozen, but falls out the side, so not enough attention can be brought their way. The copy and the coalescence both getting used in this situation. Got to pay off more in this situation for Buzzcare Jr. for now. But the fight's still going on. It's still a 5v5. And again, if you are committing a long fight, this is great for Sabres. This is exactly what you want. Make the fight be chaotic. Make it take forever in the situation, as eventually it's going to pay off in their favor. As Caffeine gets taken out, Julia finding another pick in the situation. Make that a 2K again for Julia. Grab is going to come through, getting 3 people. Going to see if he can find something. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. And at this point, it is just desperation territory for Buzzcare Jr.
Yeah, and Hunter, you know, Sabres are forcing out these ultimates of Buzzcare Jr., which is pretty great here for Sabres, because they won't need to worry about those Buzzcare Jr. ultimates. But Buzzcare Jr. will have this EMP and that rally to use this next fight, but the mines are out from Zachary, and I feel like Zachary definitely wants his picks.
Yeah, and you know what? This could be it right here, right now. The Pulse Bomb going to stick on Gungnir, going to drop them down. Zachary K with the 3K to their name already. It's about trying to get rid of this May as fast as possible. Perfect timing, by the way, by Zachary K to clean things up. And now it's just the stall. You have the rally coming out by Stellar, but it's all about getting bodies on the point and making impact. They're going to get pushed in a little bit. Phoenix going to make their way into the fight, hoping to find something in the situation as the full swaps are coming through. Gungnir managing to find Rose in the situation, so she's not going to have any more impact in this fight. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be as the EMP comes online, only catches on to 2. Neither of them have dropped either, so again, this fight just getting extended so far, and at this point, even with all that stall, even if you don't push it all the way, you have to be Fappy, and just Julia's back in the fight with a 2K. She is so insane in the series.
Yeah, and I really like what I'm seeing from both of these sides. You know, they're trying to control the bot here if you're Buzzcare Jr., trying to push that back to that middle. But yeah, if you're Sabres, you still have that nice aggression up on Buzzcare Jr. And I feel like if Zachary K were to build that ultimate, as we're kind of seeing right now, those mines could be extremely deadly, Hunter.
I mean, they will be. And with a minute and a half right now, Buzzcare Jr., honestly, they need to win every fight from here on out. They can technically lose the next fight, but you need the momentum in your favor. But Chrissy already got that going. Hoping to find something here with this Orbital Ray. We see a lot of people pushing out and trying to stay away from the pressure. Doing a really good job of pulling out of there, but Phoenix is sitting at 1, gets caught out, and now Zachary K gonna bulldoze through them once more. Stellar doing their very best to stay up in this situation. Unfortunately, it's eventually just gonna come to fruition right now. Juan Pablo being taken care of. A minute left on the clock. They're just gonna push us back. And the thing to note right now is throughout all this, Buzzcare Jr. hasn't even got it past the halfway point, so Sabres have had the forward spawns for like the past 5-6 minutes now.
Yeah, it's a devastating situation up on the side of Buzzcare Jr., but maybe they could get back up in this fight for themselves here, and that's definitely something that they need, but Zachary K falling back here.
Yeah, not 3 minutes on that clock, 30 seconds on that clock. Pablo gonna find 1, able to find a second as well as Rosie. Again, just hanging on the back line, trying to find something, but that fight's going to come to an end, and that's the momentum they needed right there. They needed to win a fight where they didn't lose somebody, and that's the first step right now to making this happen. But the toughest fight is going to be this next one coming up, Naya, because you're walking back into the mines. You need to find something here, and if Kathy manages to get this their ultimate on, it could be massive.
Yeah, this is kind of, you know, leading to that final fight territory up on this push map of Colosseo, where both of these teams will have these ultimates to use against each other. But I gotta say, looking at the ult bank, Zachary K is gonna get aggressive.
Yeah, you have to in this situation. Now Caffeine still has the answer in their hand. They can't die with this, though. They're gonna have to expend that cleanse to try to keep themselves up right now. They get stunned, and it's not gonna come out. Gungnir has to pop this grab. They need to find something. They get 3 bodies in there. They need to hit that right click. They managed to get 2, 3. Gonna grind them away, and now it's just Zachary K on the scene. He's gonna be able to get out of here alive. The forward spawns are gonna be taken away, so Saber's gonna have to sit in the back for this one. First step taken care of, but you still have to win a lot of fights to pull this one back.
Yeah, that was an excellent fight there from Buzzcare Jr. They definitely needed that wonderful Graviton Surge from Gugner and the sign of Buzzcare Jr. to sustain themselves. But I gotta say, Caffeine still has this Kitsune Rush to use against Sabers, but Sabers just trying to apply this aggression to Buzzcare.
Yep, and now if you're going near, let's stay on the card the entire time. Caffeine gonna get rushed down, but Zachary K gets eliminated in that situation. Trying to find a hack right now. Julius City super low, eventually gonna be taken out, and now you have to back out. You have to hand over the forward spawns as well. So again, another fight in the books here. You have an EMP. You're sitting very good, finally getting some momentum on your side.
Yeah, and Buzzcare Jr. will have the mid cap here, but they're going to be a little stalled here for just a bit. But Buzzcare will have these two ultimates to use against Sabers, but I gotta say, right, just talking about that tank up on the side of Sabers, Zachary K has been doing a lot of work. Same with Chrissy up on the support line for the Juno, so we might be able to see those ultimates popped. Orbital Ray could be huge this fight.
Yeah, you have the EMP right now. You have to get rid of it, but it's not going to be taken care of. The Caffeine be taken out. Comes out, Hong Bubble managing to find one. We're back to the 4v4. The copy, though, is still online. Sir Handog has gotten rid of two. It's just Gungnir on the point, trying to survive. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be enough overtime. Going to take away a good couple of last fights for Buzzcare Jr., but it was too much to come back from. Extension Sabers going to move on to the upper semifinals. Buzzcare Jr. gonna have to go down to that lower bracket.
Sir Handog doing a fantastic job up on that brig. I mean, just that last couple seconds of the game there up on Colosseo, that was fantastic as a brig player, you know, getting those eliminations that you need. But Sabers doing a wonderful job with that backline to support their team here just up in this overtime fight.
Yeah, 100%. And again, we saw the fight coming through from Buzzcare Jr. throughout the series. Still props to them here. They'll have a chance to pop back in that lower bracket. But again, Extension Sabers coming out today, really just asserting their pressure and asserting their pace throughout the entirety of the series. We saw Rosie and Julia both constantly getting away with whatever they both wanted to get away with. And same thing with Zachary K, who pretty much could play any tank they wanted to and was still able to have a lot of impact. So they're going to move on and have a good matchup against the winner of what is likely going to be Lava Lilies Rising, who are already up to right now on Kaiju Corp. So something we're going to see here as some of these matches still going on.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty nice. And as you said, Buzzcare Jr. still has this chance up in that lower bracket. So we'll see up on how they do throughout the couple days here of the minor. But Hunter, I mean, this was a really quick series here. We really did think that this was going to go further, but Sabers with that aggression, just talking about it, really fantastic tempo that they brought up on the Buzzcare. It seemed to be that Buzzcare Jr. was kind of little shocked there going up against Saber, but Buzzcare Jr., this is not the one to doubt about. You still have a chance up in that lower bracket, so definitely looking forward to that.
I mean, you 100% have to be in that situation. That's the beautiful thing about double elimination brackets. Is just not having an unlucky game and then being just taken out immediately. And being in double elim, there is the chance for rematches. This is a potential rematch down the line. Lava Lilies could come away with that win, knock them down, and the next thing you know, we have a rematch on our hands for Buzzcare Jr. Know exactly what they're going to be walking into, and they will have the ability to kind of plan for it and kind of play the game a little bit differently because they seem to figure it out at the very end. It's just an adjustment they needed to make 2 maps earlier, but still gives them the opportunity to bounce back. Sabers are going to move on. Very likely going to go against Lava Lilies. We do know that Timeless Nightmare did manage to win 3-0 against UWM Cats. So Timeless Nightmare winning for the winner of MRG Amethyst and Rising over here. But again, it's like we're going to have to see, Nyan. It is just one of those days where there's a lot going on at the same time.
Yeah, a lot of action in the place here in Rising. But yeah, for Buzzcare Jr., this is, that learning possibility, try and VOD this one over, go up into the next one. But yeah, wonderful series that we had here.
Yep, 100%. And obviously, you have a couple more series here today as well, and as well as going on the main Overwatch Esports channel. Make sure you're watching both of them right now because there's a lot of action still going on. But we got to get set for our next matchup here soon. So now we're going to cut this over to a break for a little bit, let all these teams finish up, figure out what our bracket's going to be, and we'll be back with our next matchup as soon as possible.
welcome back to the second round of games for calling all heroes Risingcord. My name is Storia Maya, being your play-by-play caster for today, and with me is Naya, who's doing our analyst section for this afternoon. So he's been doing this back to back, and we're just going to be, I guess, your last set of casters until even the match after this one. So Naya, how have you been? How have these games been so far?
It's been pretty fantastic. We got to see that nice little 3-0 quick series sweep from the side of one of these teams here already up and rising for this event. But I gotta say, these two teams are coming up into this one pretty strong here, Thor.
Exactly. We do have for this current match MRG Amethyst versus Timeless Nightmare, both with really stacked rosters and have been doing pretty well even before this current stage. So it'll be interesting to see if they can make this a bit more competitive between themselves, because we do want to see some banger Overwatch, and what way to do it by just introducing everyone to the rosters of these two teams.
Yeah, and even we might be able to see, those brawl type compositions. We got to see a lot of Ramatra played just up in that last match. But yeah, MRG and Timeless here. That should be a fantastic matchup, Thor. I mean, both teams have strong names. They're trying to prove a title for themselves.
Exactly, and I know a couple of them did get very far, right, from their previous stages. So it'll be nice to see how this, for example, for MRG Amethyst, this lineup of Vaxis, Sophie, Neko, Sea Bunny, and Frostbite are going to keep up against what I believe is a very stacked Timeless Nightmare roster of Shuri, Soup, Naku, Fabi, and Instinct, who I think some of these players have been playing also in other tournaments, like not just Falling All Heroes.
Yeah, I love Soup and Fabi. I mean, what a duo and trio they are. I've got to see a lot of the scene through SPCS with them, so definitely looking forward to it here.
Exactly, and I think as we just wait for our production to get set up with what we will be showing for our first map, it'll be nice to at least have an idea of what these other matchups. I guess there are other matchups ongoing also behind the scenes, right? So here we are, MRG Amethyst, right? We have Vaxis playing that tank role for their team, and followed with Sophie and Neko just making sure that they're putting all that damage in for their teammates. And I joked about this a bit in the behind the scenes with the production staff, but for someone with an any and all kind of pronouns, I wonder if when we say any and all, does it count as a pronoun?
Maybe it does. Maybe it does. But
In
yeah,
English,
MRG.
that's the word. Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely gonna be interesting to see what they could do here, Thor. I mean, this roster could be stacked going up against the side of Timeless, but I gotta say, Timeless Nightmare coming up in this one, they have some strong players.
Exactly, on the side of Timeless, right? If we could see what their lineup is, right? We have Shuri playing that tank for their squad, and Soup and Naku really putting in all that damage that the team does need to make sure they get the kills, they do the cleanup. But Fabi, Instinct for this backline, and Fabi, I've seen her do really well, right, in SPCS. I think they were on Soul Lock for that short time of bit. They were on SPCS, and they did pretty well as also a main support for that team.
Yeah, and I could remember that Saravasa matchup that I casted over, and I got to see a heck ton of that Brig gameplay. We got to see that 4K Brig rally come out of the side from Fabi, so wonderful work. Maybe we'll be able to see it here.
Yes, and what a better place to potentially see it other than Ilios, which depending where we start at for the round, you might see different compositions. Personally, I think out of all the points of Ilios, I think that Well, which is where we have conveniently landed in, is the most interesting out of all three.
Yeah, and maybe we'll be able to see some people fall up into that well or even off the map. But I gotta say, if we're both of these teams here, they might even run these flyers. We got to see a lot of that echo action. Maybe Farah could be up in the action here. But I gotta say, looking at the team compositions, I'm not seeing any flyers at all.
What I'm seeing though is your, very standard at I guess higher elo gameplay meta comp, that Juno Brig Orisa setup from the side of Timeless Nightmare. So it'll be interesting to see how MRG Amethyst plan to respond to this, as they are somehow making these swaps, so they might actually be doing a mirror, and exactly that is what it is. We are going to be seeing a mirror come out from both of these teams, and I think that makes for some interesting Overwatch with still sticking to that Cassidy and Sophie going on this Tracer. So maybe a slightly different type of style of gameplay that they're going on, as both teams decide to take cages, making sure that that mini is under their control. This is the safest spot they want to be, with Naku already diving in, trying to take that poke damage into MRG Amethyst, forcing this backline of MRG Amethyst to back off, but with Sophie just there to make sure Naku doesn't get as much value, therefore to back off. And but at the end of the day, Fab is just there with Sophie now out of it and allows Melody to just push in, taking all that space. But Vaxis takes Soup, and that makes everything a bit more even for both of these teams, as you see Melody just chasing after this backline of MRG Amethyst, and one by one everyone is down from MRG Amethyst, and with that, point cap should go to Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, and I really like the aggression that Timeless Nightmare is doing with Melody up on the tank role, being aggressive as is against MRG. But I gotta say, if Vaxis wants to kind of match that, they gotta play the same tempo. But Vaxis will have this Terror Surge here shortly. They are sitting at 63%. But if I'm MRG, I'd probably just try and get these ults out pretty quickly here.
Yeah, Sophie really out here setting up, trying to get that additional poke damage, forcing out anyone else, but Naku's already forcing out other cooldowns from MRG Amethyst, and Soup gets Sophie down. That means no pesky backline to harass Timeless Nightmare, with C Bunny forced to keep everyone else alive as they back off, hoping to regroup. Naku just really doing so much damage into this MRG Amethyst, forcing these cooldowns out very on, but Neko already with Blade is just trying to set up with poke damage going both ways. Terra Surge incoming from Melody gets one, and Naku is just there to clean up, but Counter Surge from Vaxis gets one also. This looks like an even fight, but with Naku just doing all of the cleanup, this is just looking like a hard reset for MRG Amethyst.
Yeah, and MRG will have to come back and try and think of a team plan, and they will have these ultimates to use against Timeless Nightmare. They have 3 up in their bank, so the Rally, Orbital Ray, and that Blade will be possibly used here this next fight. Depends upon what they want to use against Timeless Nightmare. But Timeless Nightmare doesn't have their tank ultimate, but they have 4 very strong ultimates to go against the MRG Amethyst.
Yeah, Blade committed by Naku going and taking Frostbite, Sophie 2 swings, and that's it for MRG Amethyst. It's back to the spawn room with 83% and still ticking up for Timeless Nightmare. That is a very, it's cheap fight, I guess, with a sense of Timeless Nightmare only having to use 2 ultimates in all of that, while MRG Amethyst are still trying to find an answer, but they do have ultimates to work with Vaxis pushing in just to touch the point, and Neko already committing Blade gets one with the follow-up from Vaxis, and with swing after swing tries to get another one, and I think this swap might just be able to turn the point over for MRG Amethyst. I say that as both supports of MRG Amethyst are down, with just everyone else from Timeless Nightmare doing the cleanup, with Neko just touching in and on point, with Neko and Vaxis just trying to make sure that this Melody just, finally goes back to the grave and they can finally cap point to themselves.
Yeah, Neko and Vaxis doing what they could do up on MRG against Timeless. And I gotta say, Vaxis was doing a great job there up on that Diva pick. They have been doing a very nice job with the Diva, getting those values of when it's needed. But MRG will have this ultimate here shortly for the Diva and the Ashe, so we might be able to see those played through. But Timeless Nightmare will have this Terror Surge building up.
Yeah, Terror Surge available for Timeless Nightmare, but that for Vaxis, that's not much of an issue for them after making sure that this high ground is kept towards them. But it looks like a bomb is committed by Vaxis just to create that space. Gets one knocked dead to their grave, but Soup managed to get Vaxis before anything else can happen, doing the cleanup. And after 2 people are down from MRG Amethyst, it's up for everyone else from Amethyst to keep this point alive, but with Melody just pushing in onto that Brigade, Frostbite is back to the grave, and Bob unfortunately misses the point and decides he just wants to stay under the windmill in this current situation. Time flips, point flips over to Timeless Nightmare with Vaxis just doing a quick push onto the point, and Melody just pushing up, making sure that no one else from Amethyst is back, and from the looks of it, this is just going to go over to Timeless Nightmare at the end of the day.
Yeah, Timeless Nightmare with their aggression against MRG Amethyst. I mean, there has been a lot of aggro positioning from the side of Timeless Nightmare. And if they keep on doing this, right, they could be the leader of this map one. So definitely looking forward to see what Timeless Nightmare could do throughout the series. But MRG Amethyst still has a chance here.
I think Emerging Amethyst made some swaps that they needed, especially maybe with that tank line, realizing that for Vaxis they're not able to consistently keep up with the Ursa damage coming in from Timeless Nightmare, right? Because Sophie was on that Tracer initially, but as we enter into Lighthouse, we see both teams running something quite similar to each other.
Yeah, and I like what Timeless Nightmare is doing, right? We got to see from that last series where an Ashe was playing up on the high ground of Ilios. So that might be something here that we might be able to see from the Timeless Nightmare side. But MRG Amethyst still running that Tracer Genji, which that could be pretty significant.
Yes, Vax is already taking over Capus on the left side, trying to contest that high ground that Timeless Nightmare's more stagnant backline wants to play in. Soup really just needing that high ground to take poke shots in, and pressuring out with his Neko, doing some poke damage also from that side. There's a V-dive happening, and a counter dive comes in for Vaxis, making sure that Melody doesn't pressure out this support line of Amethyst as they're pushed back into the room. And throughout all of that, Melody is the mech, allowing Sophie to just do the cleanup and chase after this Genji on the point, with Nako already committing deflect, and unfortunately, Sophie still does not get that, and Nako is finally back to the grave, and this point should turn over to MRG Amethyst.
Yeah, excellent stuff from the side of MRG Amethyst, controlling that point against Timeless Nightmare. But I will say Timeless Nightmare is trying to build up these ultimates, but MRG Amethyst kind of has the advantage here, right? We're going to see Vaxis with that Diva Bomb here shortly. Even Sea Bunny possibly might charge up that Orbital Ray here quickly enough to go up against Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, it looks like MRG Amethyst really pressuring out that high ground with picks already coming on this way of Timeless Nightmare. Frostbite caught out in the open, allowing for everyone else on Timeless Nightmare to go to the point. Bomb committed by Vaxis just to clear out, stay alive, and hopefully stagger the point a bit longer, so it goes in the favor of MRG Amethyst. So Sophie just doing poke damage onto this Diva, and hoping to look for another target that might be dropping low, but who drops low instead is Nako, with a Neko just killing them off the screen. Orbital Ray committed by Sea Bunny, and two rays on the point just means just an all-out brawl in the corner, leading towards the, I guess, benefit of Timeless Nightmare as the cleanup from Fabi and Melody just come in. Sophie though manages to get Fabi in all that process, but who's left uncontested? Soup on this high ground, allowing to do poke damage onto the team inside. And with all of that said and done, this should turn over to Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, and Soup's been doing a wonderful job, controlling that high ground against MRG Amethyst. And I feel like if Soup isn't considered obtained here against MRG, Soup's going to be able to find more value against this MRG team. But MRG only will have this break rally against Timeless Nightmare, which will have 4 ultimates going up against.
Exactly, MRG Amethyst needing this next fight to just really build towards their ultimates, especially now that Sophie has switched over to the Ashe and hoping to do some poke damage from that safer high ground. So mirror composition for both sides, with Neko already going up to the high ground, trying to get this kill onto Instinct and manages to get it in the process. Rally committed by Frostbite to stay alive, but the blade from Nako is too much, gets them back to the grave. Sophie also back into that spawn room, and from the looks of this is a pretty cheap fight from the side of Timeless Nightmare. I say that as Soup commits also Bob, with both Divas fighting in a tiny room instead, as Vaxis is pressured out, and Bob just, sitting pretty on point, making sure that no one else can touch it. So that said it and done for that fight.
Yeah, Timeless Nightmare won't have these DPS ultimates anymore as we just saw them pop, but Timeless Nightmare will have this Diva Bomb to use, so Melody will try and position this one against MRG Amethyst, but MRG will have Sophie's ultimate here shortly, so that might be something that we'll be able to see from the side of MRG.
Yeah, we say that as the dive from Naku and Melody just cleans up the people on the high ground from the side of MRG Amethyst. Sophie manages to get Vax, Naku before they're dead, and the dynamite from Soup is just too much. Manages to get Vaxus and Neko out, and from the looks of this, there's no one able to touch potentially from the side of MRG Amethyst. Maybe this Juno, but at the cost of their life as they try to stall on the point with Instinct finally getting that kill onto Sea Bunny with maybe this attempt to last out from Frostbite may not be it at the end of the day. First point, first map seems to go to the favor of Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, what a wonderful performance up on the side of Timeless Nightmare, Soup uncontested up on that high ground is pretty dangerous for MRG Amethyst because if Soup keeps on getting more of those eliminations against MRG, the likely chances of MRG capping the objective are winding down. So wonderful, good job from the side of Timeless Nightmare. But if MRG wants to lock in here, they need to start focusing more.
Right, and I think part of it also is the fact that you do have Naku who is really coordinating these dives and these attack points with Shuri, because if you look at it, a lot of those fights at the end of the day were just like um the backline of MRG Amethyst just wasn't able to survive. Any time that Naku had Blade, they were just going in and just getting value all the time. So I think there needs to be some form of answer on how they also plan to how MRG Amethyst is going to deal with this Timeless Nightmare dive.
Yeah, and maybe MRG will kind of switch up their tempo where they go a little quicker here against Timeless Nightmare, but it seems to be the next map pick is going to be Hollywood, Thor.
Right, next map pick is indeed Hollywood, and that, if you are someone like MRG Amethyst who looked like they were actually looking stronger when playing that Diva composition, you would want to go into something that had a bit more high grounds, right, that allow for this more coordinated dives. So I think Hollywood is a great pick for them, and from what I know, there shouldn't be any swaps from any of these teams, at least as we've not been informed of any.
Yeah, I mean, Timeless Nightmare and MRG have been showing us really good confidential Overwatch play. And, I feel like we'll be able to see more of that Soup Ash or even that Cassidy come out here up on this Hollywood. So that's probably definitely something that Timeless will bring out here against MRG's dive composition.
Right, and I think what MRG Amethyst want to do is play this dive composition, right? This is going to be all on Timeless Nightmare to kind of figure out and maybe enable Soup to do a lot of that long distance poke damage, because they are doing very well on these hit scan heroes that they are playing, especially when given the space to work with, which they were given so much of it by Melody and Naku, who were just jumping into the backline.
Yeah, and I mean, that was pretty incredible that Soup did have that much value and that much space. So maybe here up on Hollywood, MRG will kind of change that tempo effect where they do focus more of Soup. So they kind of shut down Soup. But that is soon to be told here going up in the Hollywood.
Yeah, Hollywood is our hybrid map for today, and I think if I'm correct, that is the map pick of MRG Amethyst. So if we are to get any hits from them playing Ilios, this is looking like a dive preference for both teams. And maybe just, the ability of having that two high grounds to work with makes defending Hollywood a bit more of a challenge.
Yeah, and I totally agree here. Maybe we'll be able to see a little bit of switch ups in the team compositions from the side of MRG because they definitely need the point here against Timeless. But as you said, I feel like that dive composition from them would definitely significant them. And it seems to be Vaxis will be sticking onto that Diva. And as we see Sea Bunny and Frostbite up on the Juno and the Brig backline, that's pretty strong. And we've definitely seen that up in that pro scene where it definitely gets that job done.
Exactly, but I think what's also pretty interesting is, how at some point we did have that nerf onto Juno in terms of their fall off. So you see some teams going back into playing maybe this Ana composition with a Brig instead, because there is no healing fall off when you're playing Ana as opposed to a Juno. So seeing Timeless Nightmare come out with this on a Brig composition just hints that they're seeing that they want their backline to be in a safer spot than usual. MRG Amethyst though are rolling out still with that same composition of a Brig Juno, but this time really sticking to that diva of Vaxis, who honestly has been doing so much work for this Amethyst squad. So a lot of it is just making sure that Vaxis is further enabled after already taking that high ground, trying to force Melody off of it, and that allows for the space and the backline of MRG Amethyst to take this high ground. But Neko already falling very low in that rotation means that they need to calm down just a bit with Vaxis already there just to heal for all the damage that Naku is poking in. With a big burn from Sophie coming in, forces both the D.Va and Genji just to take that high ground and makes it a bit safer for MRG Amethyst to set up. Sophie though doing poke damage onto the opposite high ground with their against their respective counterpart, and it's a big dive coming in, burning everyone, and with that the backline of Timeless Nightmare is finally down, just taking the stragglers off the point, such as Melody, who is D-mexed and is trying to spawn for all of them, as everyone else is chasing after this Ana, trying to get that final stagger kill onto Instinct, as they finally are able to do so, and that should be a cap or so for MRG Amethyst.
Yeah, MRG doing a great job there, controlling that high ground against Timeless, focusing on them as much as possible. And they definitely did the job there, taking out Timeless Nightmare, getting this cap. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see what MRG Amethyst can do against Timeless Nightmare, because they will have these ultimates, right? Sophie will have the Bob to use against Timeless. And I gotta say, if you position that Bob pretty well, it can get dangerous.
Exactly, Soup already building towards that Bob, but Sophie with that Bob already just means that Soup has to figure out how to catch up with Naku, just harassing that backline, and is being pressured out yet again by Vaxis, and with that follow-up kill from everyone else, that means that Naku is down, and that forces Timeless Nightmare into an uncomfortable position, as there is no one contesting the high ground, making it 3-4 of them, with Melody just trying their best to get a, an opposite kill onto C-Bunny, who is very low and anti, with Fabi doing that cleanup. But through all of that, Vaxis is still wreaking havoc in that backline, with Fabi just being the sole healer for the side of Timeless Nightmare, as the point continues being pushed by MRG Amethyst.
Yeah, and I gotta say, MRG did cap with a lot of time here, so they got a lot of time up in their time bank to play against Timeless, but Timeless is definitely trying to apply this pressure against MRG, and there is still these ultimates to use, right? MRG will have basically all 5 of these ultimates to use against Timeless, so that does value for them, but Timeless Nightmare, they're going to try and get it back up into this one with their 4 up on their side.
Yeah, MRG Amethyst is trying to retake this high ground from Timeless Nightmare, and with both DPS of MRG Amethyst already there creating this space, that just means Sophie wants that high ground also, and may have to commit ults from both sides, with both teams being very tentative, with an orbital ray already committed by C-Bunny. But as I say, that Naku comes in with a blade from each side. Timeless Nightmare though with very DPS ults at the end of the day, and at this moment, just that orbital ray from C-Bunny was just not enough to keep everyone else alive, with this final stagger onto Vaxis, and that's going to be hurt, because you could see that they are definitely trying to stagger on point.
Yeah, and it looks to be that they're gonna get the elimination here, so Instinct finishing up on to Vaxis. But I gotta say, wonderful play from Naku up on the side of Timeless Nightmare. We got to see that nice blade come out from Timeless, but if you're still MRG, you still have these ultimates to use, right? You have these 3 ults. You could possibly launch that D.Va Bomb to get aggressive, go in with the rally engage, or even use that Bob. But if you're Timeless Nightmare, you really only have 3 ultimates to play, and I gotta say, looking at these ults, it could be strong.
Yeah, and that rotation trying to take the high ground of Timeless Nightmare, Sophie is lost, but the rally committed by Crossbite should be there, and it's not enough. But as I say that, Sophie at least had a parting gift of Bob, who takes suit in the process, so there's extra damage from the side of MRG Amethyst, as Melody dives into C-Bunny trying to get them for their life, and exactly are able to do so, and Vaxis is forced back onto the point, trying to not get DMX, but is get DMX in the process. Bomb committed, and before anything else can happen, Fabi gets Vaxis. So that's back to the spawn room for MRG Amethyst as they wait for their tank to come back.
Yeah, and MRG won't have any ultimates up in their bank just yet, but they are building up that orbital ray, which is about 52% at the moment, so we might be able to see C-Bunny charge that up possibly this fight, but Timeless Nightmare will have these ultimates to use, and I gotta say, they won't have the nano for Naku's blade, so I'm wondering what Naku's going to be able to do here against MRG.
If you are Nakus, though, at least you'd want to be enabled by by your Briggs rally, and managing to drop very low is bailed out by said Brigitte, and from there, just MRG Amethyst is allowed to take that high ground. Sophie finally dead yet again from that aggression from Melody as they dove upon, with everyone else from Timeless Sniper just really pushing the aggression and going towards this backline and team of MRG Amethyst, who are really stacked up. I think at this point, if you're MRG Amethyst, you may need to rethink how you're going to take that high ground, or if not, how are you going to at least pressure point? Because I think at the end of the day, we are still playing a point-based game.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Vaxis could still try and do what they could try and do up on that Diva role, but even, you know, C-Bunny will have this orbital ray to use. We also see Neko with the Blade charging up, so that could be the orbital ray and the Blade coming in from MRG, but the Blade coming out.
Blade comes out instead from Naku, who manages to get Sophie in the process. That's already an important kill, especially with the dash onto Vaxis, getting them out of mech. That means no DM to keep everyone else alive, with Melody just doing the cleanup for Timeless Nightmare. It's looking very dicey for MRG Amethyst. They might as well just regroup and in this last 20 seconds make a valiant push, but they do have ultimates to work with.
Yeah, they do, and MRG will be coming back up into this one with that orbital ray, seen with that rally building up, even the Bob in that Genji Blade. But Timeless Nightmare has been doing an excellent job here, just controlling this defense.
Yeah, with Orbital Ray committed by C-Bunny to touch the point. Bob is committed by Soup, and you know, that's just not enough against an Orbital Ray from C-Bunny, but a huge anti from Instinct gets 4 people, and that's just enough for everyone else from Timeless Nightmare to dive onto the MRG Amethyst with 2 already on the kill field. Melody just cleaning it up, and Neko with all their might with that Genji Blade gets 4. And this looking like actually pretty dicey for MRG Amethyst in this 2v1, with Melody still in that mech. Vax is finally out of theirs, but at this point, there's all the damage coming in, and with that bomb, this is looking like, oh dear. Oh my god. Bomb committed by Melody, manages to get 2, and I think this is looking pretty good for Timeless Nightmare, with Melody stalling the point for Timeless Nightmare, and they managed to stop MRG Amethyst from even capping second point.
That is crazy, Thor. I swore I saw EQO out up on the playing field for MRG. I mean, that Genji Blade was pretty nice, but doing the Diva Bomb, just those dying seconds of the dying embers, MRG did die there, and it's gonna seem to be that they're gonna try and hold this here. Will they be able to do it? That's the question. I feel like they definitely need the point here, so we'll definitely be looking forward to see what they could do. But Timeless Nightmare, just wonderful defense to what they could do against MRG, because we've seen all those 5 minutes go by. It's been all Timeless Nightmare.
It has been all Timeless Nightmare, and I think a lot of it also has been, you know, we talk about how there's this Brig Juno composition that normally is goes pretty well against maybe a Diva, but there's still that answer of like, what do you do when a huge Ana nade from high ground hits the team? There's really nothing to deal with it, and there is really nothing also contesting Instinct at, you know, those given moments sometimes. So just the huge nades from Instinct have changed things around for Timeless Nightmare. MRG Amethyst, though, taking that same, I guess, composition option that Timeless Nightmare rolled out with this Brig Ana, but Timeless Nightmare, though, going for something a bit more interesting.
Yeah, running the Iari here if you're Fabi, so let's see what Fabi could do up on that Iari. But yeah, as you said, both teams kind of rocking that same composition, but it's definitely going to be interesting here.
Yeah, and as we head towards this first point, Melody already taking that space, taking that high ground, trying to contest Vaxis and Neko out of it, with everyone else from Timeless Nightmare still being on that low ground. And I think if you are Timeless Nightmare, you are still trying to take that high ground, which is exactly what they are trying to do, with Vaxis already doing as much damage as they can, and that sleep onto Instinct manages to force Vaxis out of mech with that very hard aggression with no backup. D-Mech Diva just means it's easier for Timeless Nightmare to go in. I say that as Sophie is just kills Soup out of nowhere and puts them back into the grave, but that doesn't stop the aggression from Timeless Nightmare onto that backline, with Melody and Naku just pushing the backline in, with Fabi getting Vaxis out during the out of the fight, with finally the stragglers of MRG Amethyst just finally finishing up.
Yeah, and they are definitely following up on those limbs. I feel like it's definitely good here for Timeless Nightmare to get those ticks to move on to this escort here up in Hollywood. But yeah, I gotta say, if you're MRG Amethyst, this is kind of a scary situation. But you will have these ultimates, right? Sea Bunny will have this Nano. Vaxis is trying to charge up that Diva Bomb here kind of quickly, but you will also have this other support ultimate from Frostbite here shortly. Same with Sophie's Bob. But Timeless Nightmare will have these other ultimates to use, so definitely looking forward to see what these teams can do.
Yeah, looking from the, as you have pointed out, looking from the screen, time of Sniper with more ultimates to work with, but they do need to get this high ground, and Naku does that by just opening up with, again, Keyblade, and managed to get Frostbite in the process, but is antied and finally brought to the grave by Sophie, but Melody also out of mech, so that just stops the rest of Time of Sniper for just a bit as Sophie remains uncontested in this high ground as there is no Diva DM to save everyone else from Time of Sniper, with Praxis maybe needing to just back off a bit.
Yeah, and MRG will have ultimates to use. We're about to be approaching 5 ultimates for the side of MRG, so a lot to use up on their side, but without Instinct's Nano up on the side of Timeless Nightmare, same with the Blade, you're really only going to have 3 ultimates up on the side of Timeless Nightmare, so this could be up in favor here for MRG.
Yeah, Nano committed on to Neko just to go in with that Genji Blade, and as I say, Nano Blade is still a broken combo ability in this game, no matter it was Overwatch 1 or Overwatch 2. It manages to get value with everyone else from Timeless Nightmare going back to the spawn room, but I think Emerging Amethyst may have slightly overstayed their welcome as Bomb is committed by Vaxis just to get back into that mech. So Emerging Amethyst still working with some ultimates, at least for this next fight.
Yeah, and they do have these 2 ultimates, as you said, so they'll be able to pop that Bob here, which we see right now. Same with the Rally.
Exactly, and Soup out here just trying to get a different position as the ult of Fabi is eaten by Vaxis. That means no more value from that captive Sun and Sea Bunny, and everyone else from, including Bob, just popping off in the kill feed, getting kicks as Vaxis just clears up the few stragglers such as Melody and Instinct, who are forced to just go back into spawn with 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and MRG still kind of has something going for him. I really like the aggression that they're doing here during this defense, but Timeless Nightmare will only have 2 minutes and 45 seconds to cap this up on Hollywood. But they will have these ultimates to use, right? So Diva Bomb might be matter-of-fact huge here for Timeless Nightmare.
Exactly, and for Timeless Nightmare, that just means they can get this high ground easily with that huge Nate Bob combo from Soup and Instinct, and followed with that Nano onto Fabi, just allowing everyone to stay alive. Soup's Bob just doing the work and putting all the damage in, with finally a few people from Emerging Amethyst still dead, with Sea Bunny looking like they're going to be staggered out, and that's just going to hurt them on this last potentially fight on Hollywood, with I don't think anyone able to touch the point.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty unfortunate here, but they do get a touch.
And Neko managing to touch with that dash, and everyone else from Emerging Amethyst touching that point. Vaxis manages to get Soup, but Nako with the blade is there to clean up the point, especially when everyone needs to fight on it to stay alive. They manage to get Frostbite, and at this point, this is looking like an even fight from both teams, with just up 3v3, and Naku just clearing out the people coming in, especially with Sea Bunny finally back with that Nano and gives it to Vaxis, who is trying to pressure out this Instinct, who is still on point and doing damage, and is struggling to get this Ana before being demeched, and finally, it looks like even Maldi is demeched with that bomb, and everyone else from Timeless Sniper is coming back, but these torpedoes just managing to clear up the very low HP targets. Rally committed by Frostbite just to ensure that win, and at this point though, I think Emerging Amethyst at least have a second shot with it, as they now have a Blade and Pulse Bomb to work with next fight.
Yeah, and this would be a crazy hold up on the side of MRG Amethyst going up against Timeless Nightmare here up on Hollywood. But I will say Timeless Nightmare will have that rally to be aggressive with, and they are also building up these other ultimates as we see, so the Nano and the Diva Bomb will be available for them shortly. But MRG Amethyst, really nice showing there up on the defense, but let's really see what they can do here.
Yeah, as Sophie, your goal is to try to build towards that Pulse Bomb to get maybe Fabi with that rally, but rally already committed by Fabi, but the Blade of Neko at least gets Soup in the process, and from all that damage from it, manages to get a few other people from Timeless Nightmares, looking very good for MRG Amethyst in this last 30 seconds, trying to get that last dagger onto Fabi, and with 20 seconds on the clock, if you are Timeless Nightmare, you are hoping to get value with this Nano and Bomb, or at least build towards it to get that value. But someone first has to touch point, and initially that's supposed to be Naku, is finally taken out by Vaxis, so they're going to have to figure out who from Timeless Nightmare is going to touch, and from the looks of it, this might be Melody with a very last-minute clutch touch, and that Nano is committed by instinct, and with that, it looks like this is going to be a 5v5 on point with Sophie still doing damage from that high ground, but I say that suits Fabi with their rollout coming in, manages to get very low HP targets from MRG Amethyst, and is looking very dire for this Amethyst squad, even though the spawns are in their favor with Vaxis finally demech. That just means that Timeless Nightmare can clearly push this point, and with that bomb, that just seals the deal.
Yeah, really, really close fights here up on Hollywood. We got to see it go two ways. Timeless Nightmare kind of falling short there at the end, but Timeless Nightmare getting the point here up on Hollywood, forcing it back into their hands in MRG Amethyst. You're still going to be down 2 maps, but I gotta say, if you keep on doing the aggression that you put up against Timeless Nightmare, you still have a really, really great shot here.
Right, and if we do look at it from both of these teams, they're very good at really timing when to touch that point as a collective and as a team, right? We saw that from the defense of MRG Amethyst, right? They're very dire for them, and they managed to at least stop that initial, potential for capping that point from Timeless Nightmare. And at the end, in this last fight, Timeless Nightmare just does the same thing but in reverse, and ultimately leans it in their favor. So I'm seeing at least signs of life from MRG Amethyst that they can compete with this Timeless Nightmare squad, who are doing exceptionally well. And I think for MRG Amethyst, if they continue leaning in towards maybe Vaxis on the Diva, it looks like they're very strong.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree with you here. And if MRG Amethyst keeps up the work, they'll be able to do what they could do here throughout the series. So hopefully we'll be able to see a reverse sweep here from them.
Right, and are we, if I could get like a heads up from Prod, if we are headed to a third map right now, right away? Okay, so we will be taking a short break, to let the teams reset, also for us casters to at least get some water to at least replenish ourselves, but don't go anywhere as we will be back between, for this matchup between Timeless Nightmare and MRG Amethyst. Welcome back to Calling All Heroes Rising, and we do have a really solid matchup, even though the scoreline says otherwise, between Timeless Nightmare and MRG Amethyst. So that 2-0 fool you. The Hollywood map that we had just come from prior to our break was pretty close, with both teams actually just preventing each other from just really having solid touches onto the point at the very last minute to turn the fight in their favor. So this is looking very competitive, even though the scoreline above us says so. So all that. But we are heading to our next map, and our next map happens to be a Flashpoint map.
Interesting. Okay, so maybe we'll be able to see more like the brawl compositions maybe for it.
Exactly. I'm thinking you go to something like a Flashpoint, you're thinking of compositions that require brawler tank, like maybe that Orisa, for example, or maybe if you're someone who is still a Ramatra enjoyer who kind of got some of his skills back after that very quirky, I personally did not like it, nerf. You could still play Ramatra into this, so it's just a matter of what feels more comfortable for that team. But as we head to our Flashpoint map, which is Suravasa, we are already starting to see these teams tease us of their funny haha idea compositions that we know are never happening. But just from the hint of it, they're probably still playing Ursa.
Yeah, and as you said, those brawl compositions could definitely be something seen here. Maybe we'll even be able to see some rush compositions against the brawl. But mainly in my ordeal here, I think we're going to be focusing up on the brawl comps for both of these teams.
Yeah, and I think that's just because of how this map works with Timeless Nightmare. When they really said Brawl, we are going in with a Mauga composition with this Moira Lucio. So I don't think this is something they're actually going to stick with. Because just looking at it, it functionally makes sense. Emergy
Yeah.
Amethyst Go still sticking to this Juno break composition with Orisa, just harking back to that Ilios map. And wow, maybe we are seeing Timeless Nightmare run out with Moira Lucio. With Amalga.
So it seems to be that Fabi will be up on the Lucio, Instinct will be up on the Moira, as you said. So Timeless Nightmare are going to try and be as aggressive here against Vaxis, which is playing the Orisa. So the tank duels should be pretty interesting here.
Yeah, with Sophie already taking that high ground for MRG Amethyst, just doing some poke damage onto this brawlier tankier core of Timeless Nightmare, with Vaxis doing that poke damage in trying to pressure out anyone else from Timeless Nightmare, as the point slowly is turning over and is unlocked for MRG Amethyst to tap, and Neko doing more off-angle damage, trying to get 8 hits. But if you are MRG Amethyst, you do not want this Timeless Nightmare on you, as Imeldi already rushes into his boss fight, allowing them to die. But in the process, Sophie and Neko already getting some hits onto the squishier targets of the Timeless Nightmare squad, with Naku and Instinct at least making those necessary trades, with Vaxis just making sure the point is still in their favor. And from that point on, it is all up to Vaxis to make sure a bit more percentage goes for them, as Timeless Nightmare finally tap and turn it over to them with 50% exactly for MRG Amethyst.
Yeah, Timeless Nightmare did a fantastic job, just getting aggressive there against MRG. I feel like that's something that they definitely needed here to pull their aggression towards the MRG side. But if you're looking at the side of MRG, they will be having this Terror Surge here close. So maybe we'll be able to see that pop, but that Moira Coalescence could be pretty strong.
Moira Lessons is just able to go through all these shields and deflects, forcing Neko out of the fight, and everyone else from MRG Amethyst to back off. The aggression of Timeless Nightmare allows them to continue pushing towards this spawn of MRG Amethyst, with Soup doing the final step of cleanups with 58% and still ticking for Timeless Nightmare. This is looking pretty dicey for MRG Amethyst, who weren't able to use any of their ultimates in that fight.
Yeah, so they will have these ultimates, as you said, right? So we'll be able to see the Blade, the Terror Surge, the Orbital Ray, and the Rally coming from MRG Amethyst. But Soup with the Cass ultimate getting a pick.
Yeah, Cass ultimate takes C Bunny out, providing more time for Timeless Nightmare to tap point in their favor. But it looks like someone was able to touch point from the side of Amethyst, as point continues taking down, but with the kills looking like they're all of the blue side going in the favor of Timeless Nightmare, this point at the end of the day should be sealed and done. And for MRG Amethyst, that's, go for next point because there is no reason to tap this area.
Yeah, and Timeless Nightmare with Soup up on the cast, they have been doing a fantastic job playing that cast role. But I will say, Timeless Nightmare will have these other ultimates. We do see Naku with the Blade ready to go and the Melody cage fight. So the cage fight might be actually huge here because this is that interior point of Surabasa.
Yeah, it's very hard for everyone else from Emerald Amethyst to just hide, but Blade already committed by Neko and manages to not get Shabby, who is very low HP, manages to pass the beat with Neko, managing good to go in the cage, trying to get the kills. Cage committed by Melody, but doesn't really get anyone as trades are going back and forth between these two teams and ultimately go in the favor of Timeless Nightmare. And that looked pretty much like an ult from both sides.
Yeah, I agree with you. And Instinct will have the Coalescence though, so we'll be able to see an ultimate from both of the sides here, Coalescence and Rally. But even Soup, right? We're going to be able to see that Deadeye come up here for Timeless Nightmare. So that might be another ultimate that might be big up in this next coming fight.
Yep, Coalescence is already committed by Timeless Nightmare, and Instinct gets 3 outside and not even in their POV. Make that 4 with the follow-up from Soup is just deep and now out of mech. This is just MRG Amethyst going back to the spawn room with that very solid play from Instinct. And oh no, that unfortunate boot from Baxis just means it takes them a bit longer to go back into spawn. That was almost a 5k for Instinct. I blame Soup for not giving the last kill.
Yeah, Instinct did a fantastic job up on the side of Timeless Nightmare, but even that, Timeless Nightmare will still have an ultimate up in their bank, so Soup will have his Deadeye to use against Frostbite, but, with the pick leading, this could be huge for Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare just getting those picks and that skill orb coming out from Instinct just means that this is MRG Amethyst just really struggling to turn this around in their favor with Rally committed by Frostbite, but at this point this is a lost fight and it's something that, maybe you would want to save these ultimates for that next fight with Timeless Nightmare just staggering the players of MRG Amethyst and making it harder for them to take the other point, especially when I think it is at the very opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and I like what Timeless Nightmare is doing here against MRG Amethyst. So as like you said, right, they're forcing out these ultimates, they're staggering the picks, and they're also forcing out those abilities. So if they keep on doing this to MRG, they're going to be leading the series here 3-0.
Yeah, and it looks like MRG Amethyst are just really struggling to find the answers to deal with this very rush and brawler rush tempo composition of Timeless Nightmare as Melody already is slamming in with that Mauga, and Hainu committed by Soup managing to get a lot of people low with Naku doing the cleanup. And as that happens, players of MRG Amethyst are at least getting the cleanup from, I guess, just not as optimal of a location for the fight. Cage fight committed by Melody along with the beats of Fabi to keep everyone else up to allow for the trade, and the trades do happen. And Naku pops that blade just to make sure it's a final solid kill with Fabi still alive. And at the end of the day, you will take those ultimates to trade and tap the point in your favor.
Yeah, the cage fight blade combo coming in clutch from the side of Timeless Nightmare, and they're still controlling this point, so they will be able to captivate their side of aggression up on the MRG Amethyst side. But I will say, with that pick leading up on the MRG, Timeless Nightmare is in a great spot.
Yeah, and if there's one thing Timeless Nightmare has done well is to go in with that Coalescence, and as such, Neko comes in with that Genji Blade in order to create that space, and from all of that, just from the ultimate difference, this point should at least turn over to the side of Emergy Amethyst if they can finally get this Mauga finally dead, who is still alive because there is still a Lucio on point, and Visor committed by Sophie just to get these final set of kills, but at that point though, you kind of wish you had that for maybe the next fight, but it's looking like at least even playing field for ultimates to work with, except for maybe Rally. I think Rally might be a fight-turning ult for Emergy Amethyst here.
Yeah, either way, they've been doing a nice job with their tempo up on the side of MRG, so as you said, they'll be able to pop that Rally here possibly shortly, even that Diva Bomb, but Timeless Nightmare is still trying to control this side.
Yeah, Bomb committed by Baxis manages to get Soup, so that's less of the damage from Soup coming in with Melody and everyone else trying to get this Diva out of the mech, and with, just Bomb committed from the side of MRG Amethyst and the follow-up picks. This is for Timeless Nightmare to just back off slightly from the point, allow for another regroup. They do have another chance at a fight, especially with Fabi building towards another beat, which will allow for maybe an aggression onto that point. But there is still a rally by MRG Amethyst, and I think they will need it for this next fight, as there is a bash onto Instinct, who dropped really low and is now finally out of the fight. But I say that Frostbite is also out of the fight. Melody going in, taking the picks and slowly just wilting everyone down with the help of Fabi, who finally gets beat to use for that fight to seal the deal. But Vaxis, that's not enough to stop them as they're DMing their soldier who's trying to stay alive and manages to get the manga in the process. Vaxis taking the other stragglers, and you know, that looks really solid from Timeless Nightmare, but MRG Amethyst with the ultimates they at least had to work with and the fight planning turn it in their favor, with now them getting their first point on Surabasa.
Yeah, MRG definitely needed this against Nightmare, and I will say Vaxis definitely stepped up to the game. So Vaxis will have this bomb leading towards his next point, even Sea Bunny with this orbital ray, and we also get to see these two other ultimates from the DPS line from MRG, but with Sophie dying to Fabi, this could be leading to a Nightmare cap.
Yeah, Nightmare is going to at least try to cap this, but bomb is committed by Vaxis trying to get themselves remexed, but as that happens, I think this is something of a lost fight for MRG Amethyst and looking like a go again, so it's great for Neko and Sea Bunny not to use their ultimates during that engagement, but you know, that pick by Fabi very early on onto Sophie really made a difference for them.
Yeah, and both teams are saving up these ultimates for, you know, what could be these last final fight of the Surabasa map, but Cast Ultimate is out and they're trying to find some value.
Yep, pass over committed by Sumi X1 and another DPS ult committed to get both the supports of MRG Amethyst, with the Mauga of Melody just going in, trying to get this Diva D-Mech and manages to do that job. And you know, with the Diva D-Mech, you've already done your job. It's back to the point as the point percentage continues ticking. And if there's one thing we know from this Timeless Nightmare squad is that when Instinct has Coalescence, you know they're going to play tempo. And for MRG Amethyst, they definitely just need to figure out how to go in and deal with it. Exactly what Vaxis is doing as they come in with that orbital ray and blade from Neko and the soldier visor as they whittle down. Neko getting the Moira out of the screen, and for all of that fight, I think this is a good trade for them as they finally take the point. But they do need answers for this next fight.
Yeah, MRG did use those three ultimates there, and those were the only ultimates that they had, but Vaxis and Frostbite building up those ultimates for the side of MRG, so maybe they'll be able to do something with those here kind of shortly, but Timeless Nightmare is still leading up in this fight with that Coalescence, as you said, that could be pretty strong.
Yeah, Coalescence available for Timeless Nightmare as they take this high ground along with this Malga slamming in, trying to get this Brigade, but managing to get to Sophie in the process. That's two people down from Amethyst as Coalescence is finally committed by Instinct, with Vaxis trying to at least get a pick, is put into bomb, gets Fabi at least in the process before dying to Soup, who still has this high ground with Instinct, just trying to get this pesky little Juno from flying away 95% and ticking, and this is looking very dire. Sophie tries to touch the point as Tracer, but with that click dash melee from Naku, that's looking not so great for them. And at the end of the day, as much as MRG Amethyst did try, Timeless Nightmare takes this final map from Amethyst, leading this to a very clean but very competitive and challenging 3-0.
Yeah, Timeless Nightmare with that aggression and tempo, as you said, you know, really proving a point here up on Surabasa and the other maps that we played throughout the series. But I will say, if MRG and Timeless were to go up against each other again, this could be a nice match for a lower brackets, you know, matchup.
Yeah, and if there's one thing we've at least seen from Timeless Nightmare is that they are not afraid to flex into compositions that, you know, people haven't really run into in such a long time, right? I think there was a point in time where Mauga was indeed the meta, but with how things went, kind of fell to the wayside. So seeing Timeless Nightmare roll out with it, with this Moira Lucio, just shows that they are a team that have actually pretty solid target prioritization and focus, because that's what you definitely need if when you're running a composition like they were running.
Yeah, aggression is always key tempo, right? You want to force that up onto the other team, and Timeless Nightmare definitely did that today here up on stream. So, congrats to them. MRG, you still have a chance here up in that lower bracket.
Yeah, but as we are, the as we said, the lower bracket is happening. I think tomorrow, if I am remembering correctly. So we still have another match up this afternoon after this one. So don't go anywhere as we kind of settle and figure out what this final match up of today will be.
Yep.
Welcome back to another matchup in Calling All Heroes Rising. For those who have just tuned in, my name's Tori Maya doing your play-by-play, and with me is Naya, who is doing our analyst section for this matchup. And this is the final, I guess, matchup on the top side of the bracket so far before the grand finals. So whoever at least wins this matchup is currently that spot in the grand finals that are happening tomorrow. But before we can get there, we do have these two teams of Lava Lilies Rising versus Timeless Nightmare, who, had to work some of their way to get to where they currently are in this whole bracket, which we have. Lilies Rising, I've had a chance of casting some of their matches, and Blood Bunny playing that tank role for them, and they them really also with the same pronouns, they them being that backline along with Lilac, and I've seen at least Lilac play. I've had to play against Lilac in SPCS once, so I at least know what they are capable of. And when I had to play against them in SPCS, I always thought they were the best player on their team. So it'll be interesting to see how they're going to really stack up against Timeless Nightmare. Now for that back line, they do have Taiko and Queen Bee, and I've at least watched them before in previous Calling All Hero Rising matches, and they are also a pretty solid backline at the end of the day. Now on Team 2 though, we're familiar with them. If you were stuck around in the previous match, we have the Timeless Nightmare Squad.
Yeah, and that squad should be fantastic. We got to see a lot of stuff from them. But just looking at it, we got Shori up on the tank, and then up on our DPS roles here, we got Soup and Naku, which we got to see a lot out of that last series. But looking at that support line, which was very strong from that last series, we got Fabi and Instinct.
Yep, Fabian Instinct doing so much good work for this Timeless Nightmare Squad, but we did mention how Shuri is the starting tank line for Timeless Nightmare, but they actually had I think Melody in for that previous match, so it's would be interesting to see if Melody is still sticking around for Timeless Nightmare to be that flex player but on tank for this matchup against Lava Lilies Rising.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe this series, as I said, might go to that map 5 banger, which everybody wants to see up in chat. But yeah, Timeless Nightmare, really strong team, and same goes for Lava Lilies.
Yep, and as we figure out what our first map is for these two teams, if Timeless Nightmare run whatever they were running against Emergy Amethyst just in our previous map, I would want to see how Lava Lilies Rising responds to it, especially if they plan to play something that is very close to what we always call as like the current meta situation of a Juno with a Brig, and then the tank kind of just switches back and forth. But at the end of the day, it seems both teams will still have a Genji in it. It's seeming like Genji is a must-pick flex DPS to have in these kinds of matchups.
Yeah, and maybe they'll try and go with like an Ash pick up on the side, but who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But these players, as we wait for our production team to really set up that lobby and get the really necessary perspectives from both of these teams. But Naya, from what we saw from Timeless Nightmare, and I think you also had I guess you had Were you able to see a Lava Lilies Rising game or from the previous map?
I don't believe so, but I will say if Lava Lilies can control Soup up on the high ground of whether, which map it is, it'll be pretty significant for them because we got to see a lot of action from that Soup Ash gameplay. So who knows what's going to happen here.
Exactly, and I think that's going to be all on the side of the DPS line, I guess, of Lava Lilies Rising, right? To really pressure out also Soup, who has done a lot of damage. And if anything, this is looking like more of a which backline could survive a bit more, right, in the process, because um from the looks of it, if anything, MRG Amethyst kind of like struggled a bit, at least when they were being dove on by a Diva Genji. So it'll be interesting to see if Lava Lily's Rising's backline could keep up better to at least have these fights drag on a bit longer and make it more competitive.
Yeah, and who knows? Maybe we'll be able to see that Juno Brig composition, as you said, or even those Annas, because we've been seeing a lot of anti.
Oh yes, the antis from Instinct really just doing so much work for the Timeless Nightmare team, especially on that Hollywood game. But even then, like when they reflex over to that Moira and really was playing that tempo, it really looked like they were locked in at all the times. Because even when Timeless Nightmare had no other ultimates to work with, as long as Instinct had Coalescence, they were just getting the value that they needed at the end of the day from it, and just target prioritization, because that's what you exactly need when you're playing Moira.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll be able to see that aggression tempo from both of these teams here. But as you said, Thor, I feel like more than likely we're gonna have a great series.
Yeah, more than likely we will have a great series as we figure out. Yeah, yeah, it looks like we're taking a bit longer than usual to load in for our first map, as teams are trying to get themselves set up. Probably a few technical issues on either both of the sides from one of their players, but we are now finally going into our first map, and our first map is, yes, we guessed it, Ilios yet again, but it's more of a question this time. Which point of Ilios are we starting with?
And maybe we'll be able to see some deja vu action, right? Because it is Ilios control. But if I were to say, if it were to get picked Lighthouse Chosen, I feel like if they don't focus Soup up on that Ash pick, it could go wrong for the side of Lava Lilies. But it seems to be that we're going to be heading to Ruins here.
And you know what, better than ruins, but also with high grounds more than anything. So same old, same old. Still a question of, can we make sure that Soup isn't getting value in the high grounds that Soup are playing in? And as we load in, both teams indicating similar compositions.
Yeah, and I'm kind of liking this. So it seems to be Timeless is going to go with Soup up on the Widow, which could be massive for the damage. So that's probably going to be their win con here. Soup's going to be trying to hit those shots as they needed, but they them will also be on the Widow pick as well. But if we're looking up on the side of Lava Lilies, they're going to be quicker out of the spawn here with that Sim TP.
Exactly. SimTP there just to get everyone out, and this is exactly a mirrored composition from both teams. So for Soup, they're going to be pressured out at least by they them, or at least you're hoping they them pressures them out. And already Blood Bunny taking so much damage, probably from a headshot from Soup, and the poke damage from everyone else on Timeless Nightmare, as Lilac takes over towards the post, pressuring out everyone else and doing some poke damage on an off angle with a bash already committed, and Soup just taking that kill cleanly after the whip shot, and Blood Bunny is pushing themselves in, trying to force out everyone else from Timeless Nightmare, but as the picks continue coming in, and Soup just being pressured, not really pressured out as much, they're able to at least get the kills, and the point turns over to Timeless Nightmare.
Timeless Nightmare doing what they could do with that name and with that title statement. But I will say, Soup has been doing a nice job up on that Widow, hitting some thinks. But, we do see the 63% almost with the sights. So I feel like just internally, we'll be able to see that sights be popped here shortly.
Yeah, looks like I'm really struggling to take an angle to at least do some additional damage into this Timeless Nightmare team on that Widow and trying to get the pick. Soup already dropping very low, probably forced them back out of the angle they were on, with Naku going in, trying to force some other cooldowns from Lava Lilies Rising, who are still pushing in with that aggression, with grapple already committed by them, trying to find for Soup. Soup already with sight, makes it everything easier for Timeless Nightmare to just aggress in, but Queen Bee committing that orbital ray allows for everyone else on Lava Lilies to stay alive, with Taiko getting Melody in the process. Soup though manages to get them, but with everyone else on your team finally dying, I think as a Widow you just back off while trying to get that final pick, but Lilac just won't let them.
Yeah, wonderful stuff from Lava Lilies Rising, controlling Timeless Nightmare there up in that fight. But looking at both of these teams here, they will have ultimates and both will have these Terra Surges. So if I were the Orisa players, I would get extremely aggressive.
Yeah, and in that situation, though, if you're Timeless Nightmare, you want to be aggressive, especially when you have other ults to work with Instinct already popping that Orbital Ray and the Blade from Naku. Just, I think, the combo you need to go into this team of Lava Lilies Rising, who really weren't as expecting it as much, with only Bloodbot and me popping another ult in that whole process. And cleanly, Timeless Nightmare should be able to cap this point, trying to get Lilac from doing anything. If there's anything though, from what I'm seeing, it's not even a Widow v Widow fight happening. It is more of which Genji is harassing which Widow at the end of the day.
Yeah, though, I mean, wonderful fights either way. Timeless Nightmare doing a nice job, controlling that point. They will still have these ultimates up in their bank, 2 to use. So we get to see Fabi with the rally engage.
Yeah, a rally engage from Fabi coming in, and also from Taiko, so that allows her some space. Them though, capitalizing the situation, managed to get two in the process, with Melody going and dropping very low, and just need pincers from everyone else from all of Lilies Rising. But as they have to continue to push towards the point, Soup is still there and just gets speared out by Blood Bunny and is forced to just go back to spawn before they die any further, with the tankier players of Lava Lilies Rising still there, but with only 2 people touching the point and just some big heals, I think if you're Lava Lilies Rising, you might need to kite slightly a bit before you further die from the damage that Naku is poking in on. Soup taking already a high angle and manages to get Taiko really low, but Lilac's already on them, making sure that they can't get value from this sites. And as I say that, Fabi just says, no, you're not letting my Widow die, you are dying first. But in that process, them knows where Soup is, gets them, and Blood Bunny is able to keep this point alive and pushing. So great job from Lava Lilies Rising, making sure this ends in their favor.
Yeah, fantastic shots of the Widow player. Them doing what they could do up on the Widow pick. But even, Blood Bunny with the pick up of Orisa for Lava Lilies, they've been doing a fantastic job, and they will have these ultimates, right? We will be seeing that Terra Surge here shortly for them, even that Brig Rally. So Lava Lilies Rising will have some stuff to use against Timeless Nightmare, which Naku does have the Genji Blade, which that could be pretty dangerous for Lava Lilies Rising.
Yeah, but you have Terror Surge committed by Blood Bunny. Doesn't really get anything, but you do get that trade from Naku. So Naku really not getting as much value from that blade, especially with Taiko down. Queen Bee still up, and you're hoping that Taiko comes back with some of that rally. Melody already pressuring out every other player from Lava Lilies Rising by taking an off angle, but with Instinct dropping very low, Lilac sees that opportunity and gets a deflect onto Soup with that maybe that damage, and with all said and done, Melody with a Terror Surge attempts to make a difference and is not really enough, turning the point over to Lava Lilies Rising.
The team of Lava Lilies Rising popping up in that last fight. I mean, Lilac was really doing a lot of work up on that Genji, but I will say, with them entering this lighthouse, will Timeless Nightmare go back to that Ash pick?
Yeah, I think if you're Timeless Nightmare, given the sightlines that Lighthouse has, you'd rather go for something with an Ash instead, and that's exactly what Timeless Nightmare are doing. Lava Lilies Rising, though, oh, this is a character I have not seen in ages. Winston.
Yeah, Winton coming out for play here of Lava Lilies Rising. So, but Lilac will be rolling out of spawn with that TP for their team. But Lava Lilies Rising trying to start off strong here.
Yeah, Lava Lilies Rising rolling out with this type of composition, and Timeless Sniper already taking that high ground. Both teams taking the high grounds they need for their ashes to get value, and I guess for Timeless Nightmare, also for your Juno Brig to get value. So this is going to be looking like a dive v dive situation, and Lava Lily's Rising Lilac opting to play that Tracer instead allows them to contest the point better, but Melody sees a very low they them target and just goes onto them right away, managing to push them out of the fight as Lilac is doing some poke damage and harassing onto Naku, making sure that Naku can't really bother the high ground, and in that process, Naku at least gets Lilac, and this point capture go for Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, and I feel like if Timeless Nightmare keeps on, applying this pressure to Lava Lilies, that's going to be more shots for Soup. We got to see from that last series, Timeless Nightmare was dominating up on that Ilios, but I will say, Lava Lilies is still putting up a fight here.
Yeah, Lava Lily is putting up a pretty decent fight, and there is a reason they'd rather play with this monkey, I guess, instead of a diva, which is really just cutting off heals maybe for that diva, and you're just hoping everyone else from Lava Lily's Rising harasses that diva, and there's a dive already put onto that Brig. Queen Bee gets a huge anti onto Instinct as your main heals down, and already diva out of mech. This should be an easy point capture for Lava Lily's Rising, and exactly that is what happens. Everyone else from Timeless Nightmare having to back off, especially with Naku just being, harassed by this Brig Ash setup, because if you're Taiko, you do not want them to be harassed by Naku.
Yeah, I mean, wonderful picks either way up on the side of Lava Lilies Rising. They definitely needed that there to get that point capture. But just leading up in the 20%, they will have these ultimates, right? We're going to be able to see possibly all these 5 ultimates coming from the side of Lava Lilies Rising. But Blood Bunny will be able to back up here with their team.
Yeah, you want Queen Bee to at least build towards that Nano, but Blood Bunny, without even that Nano, manages to get 3 other people onto that point, and Bob and Naku just trying to create that damage, and Primal is committed by Blood Bunny, but I don't think that was effectively communicated, but Nano was also committed. So for Timeless Nightmare, you will take that trade, right? You force out Primal, you force out Nano. There really isn't anything that Lava Lilies can do for this.
Yeah, but maybe Lava Lilies might try and surprise us here with those 2 DPS ultimates, maybe with that rally. But Timeless Nightmare, as you said, will have this value going up into this next fight. And as we see here, Melody was getting aggressive.
Yeah, Melody gets aggressive and was just bashed and slept, which made it easier for everyone else from Lava Lily's Rising to stay alive. And that also just means Blood Bunny can still stay alive. No ultimates yet committed by both sides as quick damage is coming in. Ring Blade is now committed by Naku. Along that Blade, Naku dropping very low from that back from Taiko, and this just means that everyone else from Timeless Nightmare really can't take this high ground as they are all armored up by Taiko's ult, and a huge anti from Queen Bee makes sure that Naku can't do as much value. But this Bob attempts to touch point, but it's just, booped out by Melody, so point turns in favor of Timeless Nightmare as the picks come in. And Silent Vector committed by Instinct onto the point, making sure that this point stays in their favor, but I don't think that's something you'd want to do, especially when everyone else from Lava Lily's Rising is still on this high ground away from that orbital ray, with Naku being pressured out by this wind stun, and I think for Lava Lily's Rising, you might as well just try to take back that high ground.
Yeah, just trying to regroup, as you said, try and take back that high ground. But Timeless Nightmare will have these ultimates, as we see up on their side. But if you're Lava Lily's Rising, you're going to have to try and work for some. But Queen Bee might possibly nano the Winston here on Blood Bunny. So maybe we'll be able to see Blood Bunny get really aggressive.
Yeah, everyone else from Lava Lily's Rising has to drop down though from that bomb of Melody on the high ground, and for Queen Bee, you are trying to get to that last 2% for that Nano, but as it's happening, your backline is just killing everything else, making it easy to cap point even without using a Nano. You're trying to, with Diva finally out of the mech. This is looking dire for Timeless Nightmare. They're going to have to figure out who's touching point, and there is still someone alive who will be touching it. And it's looking like Instinct's job is to touch the point at the very last minute, dropping from the high points.
So yeah, they're just trying to contest this point as it seems to be, and the ball does get launched in, but will it value?
Yeah, no, it looks like Bob was the attempt to touch on the point, but was just coach gunned away by they then before finally dying with, building towards the Bob. Rally already committed by Taiko, who is still alive and manages to at least seal the point with his ultimate. So this first map should turn into the favor of Lava Lily's Rising.
Yeah, and this series should still be a great one. We got to see a lot of good gameplay from both of these teams here. Timeless Nightmare doing what they could do up on that DPS, but Lava Lilies showing a very strong aggression towards this Timeless Nightmare team, which if they keep on doing this, they're going to be the leaders of the series.
Soup still managing to get the kills even when everyone else from their team is dying on the other side of the map. And these are great picks from them at the end of the day, but maybe just not enough to at least seal the deal of that first map in their favor. So now it would be interesting to see how Timeless Nightmare plan to play this map selection game in their favor because it should be their choice.
Yeah, maybe they'll bring us back to that, I believe it was King's Row that we got to see. Maybe it was. But yeah, maybe we'll be able to see an escort or like a hybrid pick come out from them to value them for that poke. I feel like Ash could be very much used here, even like an Echo Flyer as well.
Yeah, Echo a really good pick. If you are able to at least if you know you're able to pressure out the enemy hit scan right away, I think if you know the enemy hit scan is someone who could land shots, you would have to be a bit more coordinated with those dives one way or another. So it'll be nice to see if that's something that Timeless Nightmare feel they're able to at least do against they them on the hit scan roll. But you could definitely see what I mean by the backline makes all the difference in these dive v dive scenarios. Whether you're playing the Juno Brig or an Ana Brig, it's a matter of how are we surviving this incoming dive. And from what we have at least seen, the backline of Lava Lilies Rising just knows how to survive longer.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you. Even a tank matchup as well. We got to see Bunny go all over up on Melody. And I gotta say, Lava Lilies has really proven a point here just up on that Ilios map because they definitely sustained and definitely controlled that high ground for the DPS value, which as I said, if they keep on doing this, they're gonna be running away with this one.
Exactly. And so for if you are Timeless Nightmare and you are, you know, more proficient, I guess something that's brawlier in kind of setup, you want to go into that type of brawlier map where you can't really dive as easily. So maybe King's Row is indeed the pick if you want to go to something hybrid. Or you toss them into a map where it's the more efficient comp to play is a brawlier type of comp, and that could be something like a Flashpoint.
Yeah, and maybe we'll be able to see, who knows? So it seems to be we do get the map pick from our prod here, and it seems to be it's going to be a Hanoka Clash. So that's going to be pretty interesting, Gore.
I think if you are a team that likes something that's brawlier, right? A clash map is actually pretty solid for that.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going into a, I think out of the two clash maps that we have in pool, Hanaoka is something that is more brawlier than Throne of Anubis. I think Throne of Anubis has significantly more high grounds that allow for better poke, or at least safer poke is how I would explain it. Because in Hanaoka, you could still have that areas of poke, but they are more angles available for poke more than verticality. It's more horizontal. So for Timeless Nightmare, if you are going to Hanaoka for your map choice, that means you are probably a team that wants to brawl it out.
Yeah, and we might be able to see that Ramontra pick come out, even a Malga pick. But I will say, if Lava Lilies keeps the aggression on the side of, Timeless Nightmare, they might just have a nice series here just throughout this clash map. But this is a map to where both of these teams can play these corners quickly, so maybe we'll be able to see a Lucio or a Juno for those speeds.
Yeah, I think if you want, I think I'm of the opinion that you, if you're playing a Juno, you really don't need to be playing a Lucio with it at all, right? There's so many other heroes with I guess better utility to play with,
Yeah.
as opposed to that could better enable something on your team. But as I say this, Lava Lilies Rising is hinting on this Juno Lucio, so it'll be interesting to see how they plan to play it. While Timeless Nightmare, as expected, they are going into that Mauga Moira Lucio type of composition.
and we got to see that from Timeless Nightmare up on the stream here, and I will say it was pretty strong. But Lava Lilies trying to prove a point here with that double speed and that rush.
Yeah, exactly. And it looks like Lava Lily is Rising wanting to take that high ground, which is like honestly the best area to fight for on Hanaoka because you want to at least get a safer poke with wall already committed by Soup to prevent a rotation, and that leads to Lilac not being able to get back out with their team, making this an effective opening for Timeless Nightmare as they pressure out everyone else from Lava Lily's Rising, especially with the slow and another wall yet again from Soup, which allows Melody to just dive in and do some huge slam damage with They Them finally falling off the map and Fabi getting
Oh,
booked with the
wow.
kill feed. That is some aggression from Timeless Nightmare.
Wow, that's impressive, Lucio gameplay from Fabi. Really, really good game. But Timeless Nightmare, I mean, that was incredible. They're going to be able to move on towards this next objective. And I will say they will be favorable here because they will have these backline support ultimates.
Exactly, and you know, with Fabi getting for that fight, you definitely know they're close to that feed with Melody slamming and yet again trying to pressure out everyone else from Lava Lily's Rising Coalescence already committed, forcing Lava Lily's out of the LOS of that Coalescence, and Naku in the process gets a few of the other picks as Naku just does the final set of cleanup in this brawlier setup with getting the stragglers and finally building towards that Reaper Blossom.
Yeah, and Lava Lilies will have some ultimates. They try and counter Timeless Nightmare here, but Timeless Nightmare just looking into leaning this next objective. And it seems to be that they're going to be moving towards that next. But if we look at this, the objective A is right next to their spawn point.
Yeah, so this should be at least the benefit of Lava Lily's Rising, but as that happens, Fabi and Naku just going in with two ultimates trying to get value, and so the response of Lava Lilies is to respond with a singular Genji Blade and beat, and I think that's enough to turn things around. If I were Timeless Nightmare though, you wish you would have those ults for, I guess, the next fight, especially with Orbital Ray coming in from Taiko.
Yeah, they them doing a nice job with that Genji Blade and even Queen Bee with that B to engage off of. I gotta say, that was pretty fantastic gameplay up on the side of Lava Lilies Rising, and that's definitely something that they needed here up in this. But Timeless Nightmare will have that May Blizzard, so that could be still huge, and it seems to be Soup's gonna be aggressive with it.
Yeah, Soup is aggressive with it, but doesn't really catch anyone in the process as no one else from Lava Lilies is walled off, but that allows everyone else from Timeless Nightmare to continue aggressing in with a the Queen ult used onto the team of Timeless Sniper and manages to get Melody in the process, and that means your tankier setup is finally dead with Orbital Ray committed by Taiko getting the last set of stragglers with Blood Bunny still being on point, causing problems and getting the last set of picks as they them tries to chase after Soup to get them back out, but as I say that, everyone else from the Titan's Nightmare is coming in with that cape committed by Melody to stop the aggression of Lava Lilies Rising as the point continues to cap, and I think that it might actually be the best play because Lava Lilies Rising may have overextended, and rather than capping point as a group, turned this into the favor of Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, and that's going to be very, very unfortunate up on the side of Lava Lilies Rising, but they're going to have to try and get back up into this one. So they will have this objective A to themselves, but just looking at the score line, it's 3-1 here up on Clash, and I gotta say, Timeless Nightmare will have these ultimates to use.
Timeless Nightmare with their Coalescence combination to just start everything off is enough to at least get everyone else from the team of Lava Lilies Rising very low and sustaining everyone else. Blizzard committed yet again and doesn't really get as much value, but at least gets the space for this Blossom to get immense value for Timeless Nightmare. And as the first tick already is working up for Timeless Nightmare, you are hoping as Lava Lilies Rising to get a really solid group up together as you prevent this final pick that closes the point. And you really don't have ultimates to work with. You committed by Abby just to at least keep everyone on Timeless Nightmare and sustained. But with They Them finally with a Genji play, that might actually be the answer to it for Lava Lilies Rising, and it looks like They Them doesn't want to commit to it just yet, but they do get Instinct, so that lessens any sustain from Timeless Nightmare, especially with now a Terror Surge committed by Blood Bunny to split everyone else off from Timeless Nightmare, and you're just waiting for everyone else on your team to clean up this final tankier hero off the point.
Yeah, they them have been doing a fantastic job up on the side of Lava Lilies Rising. We've been seeing them all over the kill feed. But I will say, right, if you're looking at Timeless Nightmare, they really won't have any ultimates to go forward into Lava Lily's Rising's 4 ultimates. So I'd have to say Lava Lily's just learning into, this next one. They're going to have this advantage.
Yeah, Orbital Ray committed by Lava Lily's Rising as Timeless Niner tried to engage on them. And Timeless Niner at least get Queen Bee in the process, so there's no beat to play with. But that Orbital Ray is there. It keeps everyone in Lava Lily's healthy and going. And if you're Lava Lily's Rising, that is a decent trade to at least have. For Timeless Nightmare, though, you have ultimates for the next fight.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little scary for the side of Lava Lily's Rising, but they will have these 3 ultimates to try and use against Timeless, but Lilock doing a fantastic job.
Lilock just going in, not even using this Venture ultimate, manages to get 4, and Taiko just doing the last, still not willing to give that final blow to Lilock to get the kill credit, as the point has yet to unlock. So for Lava Lily's Rising, you're trying to still figure out what you're going to go for with this next engagement.
Yeah, and this might just be flipping to where we see that 4-4 situation up on this clash. But yeah, Timeless Nightmare will have these ultimates, and they could definitely use something here.
Yeah, Queen Bee sees that TP in, trying to keep themselves alive, and beat its need to be committed with a cage onto Blood Bunny. Blood Bunny eating soups. Blizzard just means this is a free open point of no value for Timeless Nightmare with that ultimate. But as that's happening and Bee finally expended, there is, the Blade of Daydam coming in and this Terra Surge, which kills a few more people, but that's just not enough when you've already committed your major beat in that previous fight. So this is looking pretty dicey for Lava Lilies. You're gonna have to figure out who is touching, and it might just have to be Queen Bee at this very last moment, who's trying to stay alive, and at that point just is unable to touch, dying before they could even give time for their team to cap points. So Timeless Nightmare turns this in their favor with their map choice.
Yeah, and they will tie up the series here, so that's very nice for them. They won't be down another map here, so thankfully that didn't happen. But looking back at this play, I mean, Fabi did a fantastic job on that Lucio, finalizing up on those picks. As a Lucio main myself, I gotta credit that.
Yeah, Fabi really understanding how to push in with their team's cooldowns, that great wall from Soup to set it up, followed by that slam from Melody. They just knew, oh, that's free damage, and just clean up at the end of the day. So great job by Fabi for that, in that play of the game. But we will be taking a short halftime break, right, to get ourselves some water, but also to get our players set back, some mental reset. So don't go anywhere. we're back in our matchup of Lava Lilies Rising versus Timeless Nightmare. And yes, the score you see above means we're at 1-1 with, both with Timeless Nightmare finally winning their map pick. So that just means that they have no choice or say on what the next map is. That's up to Lava Lilies Rising now. But hey, at least they are at least certain that they don't have to go to another Clash map.
Yeah, and Thor, this is the first time that we get to see, another team score a point on another team here. So it's not going to be like that one-sided series that we've been seeing through the rest of the series up in our upper bracket. But I gotta say, this one might just go far enough because both of these teams are running these complex strategic compositions that could switch up with any tempo comp. But yeah, they are bringing in that action.
Yeah, and if there is something, and there's something we've at least seen from these two teams, right? Is that they each have, I guess, their own composition that they're more proficient in. Lava Lilies Rising really showing that they're really proficient on something more dive related with their execution on Ilios. As for Timeless Nightmare, though, brawlier kinds of setups, is something that looks like they're more proficient in, as we've seen in Hanaoka. But we are now heading to a hybrid map, and Lava Lilies Rising's pick is Hollywood. So we are back at it again with Hollywood.
Yeah, and we got to see a lot of good action from Timeless Nightmare up on that map. So if I were to say anything about this one should be extremely close for the matchup event.
Right, and we did see at least Timeless Nightmare just in the previous match up against MRG Amethyst play Hollywood also, and they did have at least some semblance of a decent dive, or at least hold on their defense for a dive. So I think, if anything, this is something that Lava Lilies Rising may be able to capitalize upon, because even though they were able to decently defend for Timeless Nightmare, it also still looked dicey as they won that map in overtime. So Lava Lilies Rising will be attacking first, so we'll be able to see at least the tease of Timeless Nightmare on what they plan to do for their attack, or for their defense.
Yeah, and it seems to be Timeless Nightmare is going to have Melody up on the Malga. This is a nice choice if you are Timeless Nightmare, but Lava Lilies Rising going to be running the Winton on their side of things. So that's going to be nice for play up on their attack scene, because looking at that backline, that's a pretty nice dive backline. You get to see that Brig and that Ana. So the Ana antis will be seen here possibly.
Yep. If you are Timeless Nightmare and you see that Queen Bee on Ana, your job, right, and that defense is to negate any value that Queen Bee can get with those antis, because that is like that's the danger, I guess, of the that you will be running into in this brawler composition that you're running. And if Lava Lilies Rising see what they're running, they're just gonna be like, nope, we're backing off. Taiko is unable to get away from that sheer damage, with Blood Bunny already taking soup, and it's gone for this world, with Blood Bunny just trying to get a few more stragglers, with Lilac getting the backline. Melody only the one left alive on this team, allowing for Lava Lilies Rising to take towards the point, as Melody, with no supports, has to take that Mega in their favor, as the point ticks down for Lava Lilies Rising, and waiting for everyone else in Timeless Nightmare to come back. Naku finally back with everyone else on the team, but the high ground isn't safe anymore for Timeless Nightmare. But they then, damage fall off does not exist on Icicle. Soups gets them back into the spawn room.
Yeah, fantastic pick there. Soup did. But yeah, I mean, they're still following up on picks. We get to see 2 picks from Soup.
Yeah, just names the game aggression. So, what ultimates do we have to work with? Or at least the game plan that Lava Lilies needs to do for this next fight on Naya.
If I were to say anything up on Lava Lily's Rising side of things, they will be having them with that Bob ultimate, so that might be seen here shortly. But also Lilogs with the Pulse. We've got to see a lot of that good Tracer gameplay already, but even Queen Bee with that Nano.
Yep, Nano already building up towards 80%. A stick onto Melody just means there is no tank available for Timeless Nightmare, allowing Lava Lilies to dive in and get these set of picks. So, just waiting it out, getting more value. that was the game plan for Lava Lilies Rising, and for Timeless Nightmare, they just weren't able to get the picks and all of that. So in the long run, worked in the favor of Lava Lilies Rising, and they should be able to cleanly cap first point with no issues, and 4 minutes and 30 on the clock.
Yeah, very coordinated push there from Lava Lilies Rising, and they will still have these ultimates up on their bank, and the Bob will come out, but they still have this Nana.
Yeah, Nano available, Coalescence available. There's a lot to work with, but Bob already committed by Daytime and managed to get Soup really low and creating some space and this, and I guess chaos on the side of Timeless Nightmare as they're unable to effectively back off and are just getting split slowly but bit by Lava Lilies Rising with Daydam just capitalizing on the chaos and getting the fix. Melody though just gets Daydam in the process, but with the high ground already working in the favor of Lava Lilies Rising, that just means, that's free reign for Queen Bee on that high ground, as if you are Melody, you want to at least get that high ground back to make sure that Queen Bee doesn't get value, and they're going to take it from the opposite side.
Yeah, for sure, and Melody will have this cage fight, right? And I feel like cage fight would be really, really important for this fight, so that might be an ultimate that we might see with Melody going in.
Yeah, Melody goes in, gets Queen Bee as necessary. Bomb committed by Blood Bunny doesn't really get anything. It's really just there for a remake. And Fabby, still doing some of God's work by getting Ash out of the mech. And Taiko really gone for this world. I think for Lava Lilies Rising, that is a reset, especially for Blood Bunny, who probably has to go back into spawn to get out of mech and get remech. But parting gift, Lilac gets in, but still Coalescence, and will probably still come back very quickly.
Yeah, I totally agree with you here. And Lilac will have this pulse bomb to use against Nightmare, and we already saw the action, what Lilac could do with that Tracer pulse bomb not too earlier. But it seems to be, if you're Lilac in Lava Lilies Rising, you're going to be escorting this payload.
Yeah, if you're Lilac, your job is to at least get a bit more cart push, and that's exactly what Lilac is doing, as Instinct has to regroup with their team to at least for them to get value and win this fight. Rally committed by Taiko, and as the cart continues to push with no one contesting Lilac right now, everyone from the side of Timeless Nightmare have to go back and get value, and Instinct pops Coalescence at least to get them, and Soup parting gift at least lands an icicle onto Lilac. So if you are Lava Lilies Rising though, you will take that card progress and the loss of Coalescence.
Yeah, I mean, that's massive up on the side of Lava Lilies Rising. Timeless Nightmare giving that much to Lava Lilies Rising is huge for the side of them. But they will still have these DPS ultimates, and you also see this Nano engage for them. So that might be kind of mixed with their ults, but it seems to be it's going to be up on Blood Bunny.
Yeah, Blood Bunny is given the Nano, allowing them to sustain a bit longer, as it seems that Lilac is forcing everyone else from Timeless Nightmare to go to the point, allowing them to put Bob onto point, and that Bob gets 2 off the screen, managing to do so much value, especially with Bob just crushing out the point. And even though you may have gotten that pulse out, there's nothing else that these keep Melody alive. So that was such a great play and coordination from Lava Lilies Rising to cap second point.
Yeah, exactly. That was extremely wonderful stuff from their side of things, and they will still have an ultimate to play with, so that Diva Bomb will try and position here this next fight. But yeah, if you're Timeless Nightmare, Melody's coming up on this cage fight, which could be huge up on the side for them, but you also have Fabby's ultimate, which the Beat Matrix could also be huge.
Yeah, Fabby with this beat might be something that's more of a tempo-based aggression, especially now that Lava Lilies Rising doesn't really have anything to work with besides Bomb. And that's a huge sleep from Queen Bee, and forcing out a beat right away because Fabby dropped very low, forcing Timeless Nightmare to just push in to get value from that beat. And a recall already expended by Lilac, forcing them to get out of the fight, but sees a really low instinct target who had already used Suzu, but Naku is there to peel as necessary from your DPS, forcing Timeless Nightmare to forcing Lava Lilies to slowly back off to wait for their Tracer to come back. Melody though, and Naku, both with ultimates.
Yeah, and Timeless Nightmare is going to be able to do something with these ultimates, so we might be looking for that speed engage cage fight from the side of Timeless Nightmare to possibly combo that Reaper Blossom as well. But you also got to look at Lava Lilies Rising, right? They'll have those support ultimates, same with those DPS ultimates.
Yeah, exactly. And here you have Naku just trying to get Blood Bunny out of the mech, and if you are Timeless Nightmare, you are at least trying to clean this fight up a bit more to just whittle the time down of Lava Lilies. So how should Lava Lilies attack this, Naya?
If I were to say anything, but well, actually, just looking at it, Blood Bunny is going to be switching over to Orisa. But talking about the alts, they could launch in that Bob or even get aggressive with that Orbital Ray. Uh, Also, Queen Bee will have the Nano.
Yeah, Queen Bee with Nano, but they need to survive to even use it, and they're unable to with that rush and dive-in combo from Melody. But as that happens, they then already commit to Bob, allowing for more damage to come in, creating pressure and forcing Timeless Nightmare back towards their spawn side of safety, especially with Melody and Naku down, who are pretty much the big source of tankier presence on the point, allowing Lava Lilies to continue pushing this card. And in all of that chaos, you now have both support ultimates from Lava Lilies Rising. So if you are Fabby, you want to get that value with that speed, with our Reaper Blossom coming in, getting Queen Bee, and Queen Bee still not able to use that Nano, but the Orbital Ray of Taiko doing so much work, and it's allowing everyone else from Lava Lilies Rising to at least get the picks off, with Fabby still alive trying to touch the point, and is looking very dire for Timeless Nightmare here. You're relying on Naku to at least touch that point, and they're unable to as they are speared by Blood Bunny with 0.5 seconds left. That's still time.
Yeah, that is crazy. 0.5. I haven't seen that in forever. I'll be honest, I recall seeing a 0.1 up on a map before. But yeah, Lava Lilies Rising really proving who they could be here, pushing that objective with that 0.5. But Timeless Nightmare could still come up into this one, even though that they got shut down with those ultimates. But I gotta say, Lava Lilies is doing what they could do with the ult tracking, and if they keep on doing it, it might just go their way.
Definitely, the ult tracking is going their way. They know what to use in a given fight. They're not really ult dumping anything. If you are Timeless Nightmare, you are hoping, and not even just hoping, you have to work for it. You need to finish Hollywood with time, with significantly more time, because 0.5 is still crazy. That just means Lava Lilies Rising has a chance to play this map when should Timeless Nightmare like fully cap.
Yeah, 0.5 is literally around that, overtime tie stalemates. So good thing that they didn't cap with the 0 seconds. But Timeless Nightmare are going to be switching over to Melody up on the Winston. So that might be, something that's going to be a little surprising against the Lava Lilies Rising. But both of these teams still sticking to those dive compositions.
I was looking at the match chat and seeing they them say Kachow really was like, yeah. More props to them. Timeless Nightmare going for my favorite. This is like Overwatch 2 version of like silly 5-man, and that's exactly what they're doing. But that doesn't really help if you know Queen Bee. They're just doing so much of God's work with those anti-nades that are coming in and get 3. So she's already down and out of the fight, which requires Timeless Nightmare to just stabilize a bit. And if you are, I guess, the support line of Timeless Nightmare, you are trying to at least build up some of that ult charge to get maybe that solo lesson. And for Fabby, maybe that's Anti already committed, forcing Melty to dive in trying to get this on, and they're wilted so very quickly with just the counter dive of Lava Lily stopping Melody from coming in and getting value. Them still alive, even rotating to a different high ground just to get value, with Fabby just to make them feel very uncomfortable, and it looks like they're at least trying to get Fabby out too.
Yeah, and I like the aggression that Timeless Nightmare did against they/them. I feel like if they were to keep on doing that more here, they'll be leading onto that objective escort. But yeah, they/them has been doing a fantastic job, just up on that Ash roll, and just looking at it, Lava Lilies will have these ultimates.
Yeah, and even though Timeless Nightmare are trying to attempt like this coordinated dive onto the path, like Queen Bee really said, melee v melee, I'm still beating you, Winston. That's a funny trait to see on the kill feed, but you did point it out. Them doing a lot of this work for Lava Lilies Rising. It seems that they are conveniently at an angle that Timeless Nightmare isn't watching, that they're able to get those dynamites in, those poke damages in, especially on the rotates, because I think that is what's been hurting Timeless Nightmare, especially with the competition that they were running. And realizing it wasn't working for them, Timeless Nightmare have opted to sort of mirror this composition. And it peaked from Melody as expected, knowing that Lion was coming in with that pulse bomb with the double blink in Pokemon doesn't get value, but hey, Lila's still there harassing the backline and making Timeless Nightmare feel very uncomfortable as they try to retake the high ground that Lava Lilies is doing their best to protect.
Yeah, Lovely's still putting up this aggression, and that Nano does come out from Queen Bee up onto Blood Bunny. Just pulling that aggro action in.
Yeah, so Soup at least managed to get Blood Bunny out of the mech, making this a bit easier for Timeless Nightmare to push that high ground, especially now that Naku has taken out Lilac. So there's nothing harassing the backline and allowing this allows Melody to dive in with their own Nano of their own, and this should be at least a clean fight for Lava Lilies for Timeless Nightmare. I say that, but Queen Bee manages to get a solid sleep onto the Diva, hoping to get a trade, and there is no trade to be had. So point should at least lock in for favor of Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, and Timeless Nightmare definitely needed this here, and just looking at it, they're going to be able to escort this payload, but looking at these ultimates, right, Babby will have the Brig Rally, so that might be used for sustain, or that engage. Melody as well, with a Diva Bomb that they could use this next fight. Naku as well, up on the side of Timeless Nightmare, they will have this cast ultimate, so that's also another option that Timeless Nightmare can use, but looking at Lava Lilies, they also have some opportunities as well with their ultimates.
Lilac, even after getting their pulse bomb, Ethan is still with another pulse bomb yet again, and that's just a testament to how much harassment and annoyance they're doing in the backline. 6 sleep from Queen Bee forces stops the engage of Melody just a bit more, and it allows Taiko some time to build up towards that rally and use it, allowing Lilies to sustain while they're waiting for Lilac to come back. And it looks like in all that process, Queen Bee and Blood Bunny are just taking the aggression and playing with it. So for Timeless Nightmare, you're at least struggling a bit to take that high ground and get value, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, and I agree with you here. Lava Lilies Rising is doing a fantastic job, just controlling Timeless Nightmare here up on this defense. And I gotta say, if you're Lava Lilies, keep this up. You have ultimates up in your bank, and if you read the ult tracking, you guys are going to be sustaining those ultimates.
Yep, if you're Lava, and that's exactly right. So you can see Lilac, really, their job is to pressure out this point and make sure no one really is touching it, because I think part of the struggle of Timeless Nightmare is they're so insistent on clearing this high ground that they're struggling. And with Bob committed by them on the rotate of Timeless Nightmare, that allows some openings along with that pulse bomb. So easy cleanup for Lava Lilies against Timeless Nightmare, as there are a few stragglers they need to deal with along with this Brig and a Diva still in their mech. Melody, it's looking very dicey because now they're just going to stagger around. Oh, that's a sleep.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. That's so unfortunate. So as Timeless Nightmare, your time is still dwindling down. You still have to wait for your Diva because this is an impossible push to do without a Diva to eat all the damage and animates coming in. So if you're Timeless Nightmare, this is just a waiting game. What I would want to see though, and this is pretty a bold move for me to say, how about we just try to bomb the high ground and force, Lava Lilies to scatter?
Honestly, I agree with that. That might be an option here which we could see Melody do, but we also see Soup on the, Ash still doing what they can do, but Blood Bunny using the Diva Bomb and Soup using the Bob.
Yeah, Bob already committed by Soup to at least take back the point and create the space to allow them to push Cart. Naku making that swap over to Tracer, realizing that you do need someone to at least pressure the Cart and have that Tracer fight on the point, allow for more effective Cart push. Now, the high ground is already available for Timeless Nightmare, and they at least convincingly kept it in their favor. As Lava Lilies, though, your hope is to at least keep everyone else alive and figure out how to protect the point. But with no Tracer anymore for Timeless Nightmare, that just means someone else for Timeless Nightmare has to be pushing Cart with 0 seconds on the clock. Overtime committed, bomb committed by Melody just to remake, and Taiko with that rally followed by that pick from Lilac. This is looking pretty dire for Timeless Nightmare. As the sustain, it's all there for Lava Lilies, and that final Nano is instant parting gift, hoping that Melody gets some value from it. And at the end of the day, they are sustaining on point, and with everyone else coming back in for such as Naku, it's just not enough, as Lilac is keeping touch of the point. So Lava Lilies Rising, definitely in their map pick, turning it in their favor.
Yeah, and that was a great map pick from Lava Lilies Rising, and they definitely earned the point there. As we saw Dave M up on the Ash, earning those picks as needed. They followed up on those limbs, and it was very fantastic Ash gameplay. But even Blood Bunny up on the tank roll, they've been doing a fantastic job. But looking at it, their support backline as well, Thor, they have been sustaining, carrying the tanks, carrying every player up on that team, keeping them up. So if they keep doing this, it's going to be leading to that situation, which it is match point. If they do get another win, they're going to be running away with this.
Exactly. But the thing is, Timeless Nightmare do have the next map as their pick, and we have seen them do significantly better against Lava Lilies in a map that's a bit brawlier. So if you're Timeless Nightmare, your hope more than you really have to pick a map that leans into what is your comfort pick, and exactly that is what they're doing by going by bringing us into New Junk City, which personally that is as brawly as it could get, especially in that first point that we normally set up on.
Yeah, and you could go real quick with those, speed rings or even the speed amps from Lucio. So who knows what we'll be able to see up on that support backline. But yeah, definitely expect that brawl composition from both of these teams here. But even they could run that diva up into the mix, depending if they want to run something quick.
Right. I think if you are Lava Lilies Rising and you do want to play something that's a bit divier or relies more on um angles, right? You are at least playing the composition where you're identifying kill boxes. Where do you want your tank to force a brawler team to play in? And I think if you're Lava Lilies Rising and you decide to go that route, that's probably the best way for you to still get value while playing, these heroes that you've been playing, that Ash, that Tracer, from the DPS line of Lava Lilies. And for your backline, that might mean some tweaking in a sense, but like I still think, because I personally think that Ana might not be as effective on something like New Junk City. It's
Yeah.
playable, but it's not as effective.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe they'll, surprise us as casters here. Maybe hit like that 4K to 5K anti if they were to play Ana. But yeah, if we're looking into, New Junk City, kind of look forward to that, heavy, speedy backline to go into those corners, play quick, always do those early engages. So yeah, it should be pretty surprising for both of us here.
Exactly. So if you are Lava Lilies Rising, I think their biggest question going into New Chunk City is how are they playing against what Timeless Nightmare wants to run and play, and figure out what their answer is to it. Because I think they look really solid on anything that involves like some very heavy coordinated dive. Because you did point it out, the backline of Lava Lilies Rising are they do so well staying alive and also just enabling
Yeah.
everyone else in the team.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job, even gearing up the team as well and also staying alive, positioning well. But also give the credit to, the DPS, the tank. They have been doing a fantastic job positioning, using ultimates, alt tracking, all the good stuff up in this series that they have done has been, really favorable for them. And as I said, if they keep on doing it here, Thor, they might just be running away. But Timeless Nightmare will be heading on to this next map, and I feel like they might be pushing us towards a map 5.
Yeah, they might be pushing us to a map 5, especially if anything like our Clash map has shown is that they are proficient in this brawler setup. But if you're Lava Lilies Rising, you could also just say, hey, we can concede this, maybe we're not winning it, at least we know the 5th map is our pick. You could also play that some level of mind games, but while we talk about mind games, we are still waiting, I guess, for our players to set up and load in. I think, if I remember right, there was some small chatter of some technical difficulties during that last match. Not sure if it's on our production side or if it's on team side, so it's gonna be a bit of a moment until then.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, backlines. If I were to guess, right, maybe like Brig Juno, Brawl DPS. We could even see the Reaper May up in the action. Even if Timeless Nightmare wanted to go quick with the Malga, they could do that as well. We got to see a lot of, good cage fights from them. So who knows?
Yeah, exactly. And if for Timeless Nightmare, who go for that, Mauga, Moira Lucio kind of setup. If you're Lava Lilies Rising and you're not as comfortable in that kind of tempo, you're just going to need to play, I guess, a style that knows how to to wait for cooldowns to effectively disengage. Because I think how Timeless Nightmare really wants to play that composition is they're coordinating, the aggression, right? Good May
Yeah.
walls from Soup, followed by that slam from the Mauga, and then clean up everything else, right? That's been, I guess, their bread and butter, as we've seen in not just Hanaoka, but also when they were playing Surabasa.
And maybe we could even get to see the okay. So
Okay.
hearing from Parad, Thor, we are gonna be going to Runasapi, as it seems.
Yeah, so something yeah, based on the rules of Calling All Heroes, it looks like we are heading to Runasapi at the end of the day, and it still stands. You could still run something that's brawlier, right? I think push map is still a brawling map, one way or another. And I think Runasapi, especially on, I guess, that first section before the butt scratch, is so more open for brawlier kinds of games. It becomes a bit more challenge once you finally get to that section where the window is. Then the high ground and the poke gets a bit more oppressive.
Yeah. So maybe we'll be able to see, more of that, Ash poke from the side of, they them. Because I gotta say, it's been fantastic from the side of them, and they have been putting a lot of pressure up on the side of Timeless Nightmare. So if they have a lot of value here up in Runasapi for, it might just go the way. But looking into this one, I feel like we're still going to be able to see that, poke, brawl, might even see dive.
I mean, I think there is room for, I guess, like a very loose kind of dive, or at least having a divier tank, but not so much of like divier, like the traditional backline you would have like with a dive tank, right? But I think there is a high chance we're gonna see a Mauga, and that is exactly what we are seeing from Timeless Nightmare. For Lava Lilies Rising, we're back with our Juno Lucio.
Yeah, and they will also be running that Orisa Venture Genji as well with their composition. So they're gonna try and play the old school, like to say, meta for Lava Lilies Rising. But Timeless Nightmare, still looking very strong with the Malga. We got to see, just up on the Clash, how they could perform with the Malga. And I gotta say, if Melody puts up the fight up on Runasapi, it's gonna be leading to that map 5.
Exactly. And for Lava Lilies Rising, your goal, at least at the end of the day, and maybe why you want that double speed of from Taiko and Queen E, is that you see this rush coming in from the Mauga, you have something to speed out as necessary, you have double speed as necessary to follow up, and that's exactly what happens. Soup goes in, gets at least a good wall on Blood Bunny, but Blood Bunny survives just long enough as Melody has to regroup back with her Moira to a safer angle, but Lava Lilies Rising sees this and just pushes in with the aggression. Blood Bunny spearing Melody out, and Lilac doing all the damage on that venture from a different angle. Just means that this should be turning in the way of Lava Lilies Rising, with Happy at least getting a convenient trade before they are sent back to the grave.
Yeah, and that's a really good from Lava Lilies Rising, putting in that pressure into Timeless Nightmare. And I gotta say, just looking at the ultimate gauge, Lava Lilies have more of the ult economy than Timeless Nightmare. But I gotta say, if Timeless Nightmare does charge up some ults quick, they will have these supports.
Yeah, exactly. With instinct building up very quickly towards that coalescent spin required by Blood Bunny to use after that slam wall combo, and instinct gets Taiko in the process. That's less healing for Lava Lilies Rising, and that just means this fight turns over in favor of Timeless Nightmare. Even though instinct dies in the process, that just means they come back with double support ults for Timeless Nightmare, and that might actually just be the same for Lava Lilies Rising.
Yeah, and Timeless Nightmare, even though they have the support ultimates, they will also have the DPS ultimates. So the Reaper Blossom, the May Blizzard, those are really big ultimates to use against Lava Lilies Rising. But looking over up on the side of Lava Lilies Rising, they will have ultimates, and looking at it, they'll have way more.
Yep, and with that already lucky pick by Lilac on Naku, that just means to get Orbital Ray in, and with that wall from Soup forcing out cooldowns and the Orbital Ray, that just means they have to push in. Soup dropping very low, trying to contest the point, and managed to at least get the trade onto Blood Bunny, but it looks like this will indeed turn in the favor of Timeless Nightmare with those great walls from Soup. Just the combination of gameplay from Timeless Nightmare doing so much work for them at the end of the day.
Yeah, fantastic walls, as you said, and maybe they're gonna try and combo something with another wall where Naku can go in with that Reaper Blossom, try and find value, but as well as Melody, right? We're gonna see Melody possibly get forceful here with their aggression against Lava Lilies Rising with that cage fight, but it seems to be, if you're Lava Lilies Rising, you're trying to control this.
Yeah, they them I think wanted to go in with Blade, but the Reaper Blossom instead just gets more value for a Timeless Nightmare as they cleanly set up this point from that just great play and understanding the aggression that Lava Lilies Rising wasn't really able to do with their ult. Lilac apparently had used Venture ult in that process, so they don't really have that for the next fight either.
Yeah, Lilac won't have the Venture Ultimate, as you said. They them will have the Blade though, so we might be able to see that pop. But Melody has the cage fight and it will be popped.
Cage fight popped by Melody, and that at least gets a couple of people in it, but Lilac on the other hand gets a trade, and this should be an even fight from both sides. So both the Juno and the Orisa are still alive from the side of Lava Lilies, but Taiko has to go back and at least keep themselves alive and keep Blood Bunny alive while putting some damage in. So they are building towards this Juno ult, so that allows them to reaggress forward, and with seeing the Melody drop very, very low without, you know, without instinct, that just forces them in. They them switching over to that Pharah just means there is really no one to pressure them out actually, because there is no hit scan. So that is honestly a pretty good swap on the side of Lava Lilies Rising.
Yeah, and maybe Timeless Nightmare might read this, but it seems to be, okay, Naku will go over to that cast, so they will have that hit scan for the Pharah, but yeah, they them doing a nice job up on that Pharah, but Lava Lilies Rising will have these two ultimates to use, right? Blood Bunny with the Terra Surge, and I go with the, you know, Orbital Ray, and it seems to be both teams are going very aggressive.
Yeah, that combination of Juno ult and Terra Surge should have gotten value, but what gets better value is still Instinct with that Coalescence, managing to get 3 in the process. Blizzard committed by Timeless Nightmare and just to seal the deal, and afterwards that just means it's an end game for Lava Lilies Rising's push as Queen Bee at least gets that trade before now going back to the spawn room. So I don't know about you, but apparently I have learned today that Coalescence still wins against a Terra Surge Juno ult.
Yeah, I give credit to Instinct. They have been doing a fantastic job, you know, just charging up the Moira Coalescence, and I love the way how they position with it. But if Timeless Nightmare, you know, keeps on pushing this, they might lead us to that map 5. But Lava Lilies Rising, Lilac is going to be heading towards the back of them, and they will have this Ven ultimate.
Yeah, Venture, Lilac going for that flank, trying to pressure the back line, but then in the process, Instinct manages to get they them, because if there's one thing you can't deflect, it's more right clicks. Lilac, though, does enough pressure for them to turn around and relieve some of the pressure on the Lava Lilies front line, but for Timeless Nightmare, you are still a full 5, allowing yourself to continue pushing in, and with the High Noon building up towards that might create more space, but Lilac already popping that Venture ult, creating more space, but it's not enough because Naku builds up towards that High Noon and manages to get them in the process. So Melody slamming in, trying to create that space, and Blood Bunny just sees them and punishes them for their mistake. Taiko committing the Orbital Ray just to clean things up in their favor just means that this should turn into the favor of Lava Lilies Rising just from the spawn room if they can get Soup. If they can get Soup,
There you go. So they got Soup here, and if it looks to be Timeless Nightmare will have to reset, but they still have this forward cap, right? If you're looking at Lava Lilies Rising, they don't have that midway checkpoint, so they're going to have to fight their way with the 4 minutes that they have to that mid checkpoint and all the way to the progression that Timeless Nightmare pushed. So just looking at it, Timeless Nightmare might have a lot more ultimates in the bank instead of Lava Lilies Rising.
Yep, and with that rush into with that slam into by Melody, you see that Blood Bunny trying to feel for the team and tries to Terra Surge, but really why Terra Surge when you're that low and away from your team? So that's all looking pretty great for Lava Lilies Rising, especially now that they them who's another person with ultimate is also down. Now behind the scenes you still see Lilac trying to sneak around, dodging everything else from Timeless Nightmare, but if you're Lilac, you're waiting for your team to respawn before you can do anything else, and it's looking pretty dicey.
Yeah, maybe Lava Lilies Rising might try and do something with this Genji Blade here. We get to see Queen Bee trying to charge up the Nano, but it seems to be Melody's getting picks with this Cage.
Yep, Melody gets picked with his Cage, managing to trap 2 in the process and 2 really critical targets, and that cleanup from Soup with that Blizzard follow-up just means that they could easily just push this cart over towards this final checkpoint. You're just hoping that no one else from Lava Lilies Rising can touch, and Beat is committed by Fabi just to ensure all of this works along with the FOMO lessons. So with Lava Lilies just dropping really low and they them committing Beat, if they can get one more person, this actually might be a huge feat for them, and they managed to get 2 before dying from Melody's healing. Blood Bunny though is still alive, getting Instinct, is still touching the point, and with the healers of Lava Lilies Rising coming back in, this just might be a done deal for this fight on the point.
Yeah, Lava Lilies is gonna have to push this one back into Timeless Nightmare's face, but Timeless Nightmare, just looking at it, the only ultimate that they're gonna be really close to is Blizz, but looking at Lava Lilies Rising, they're gonna have the advantage with the ult economy. So you got 4 ultimates to use. You got Terra Surge, Pulse, Orbital Ray, and Nano, and I gotta say, with the Surge Mill up in the play, it might be a nice choice to pop an ultimate.
Right, if you're Timeless Nightmare though, your goal is to do this very aggressively because Lava Lilies does have ults. Lilac maybe a bit too early, but that pulse spawn though doesn't really get anyone, but what it does get is damage with them Blood Bunny just clearing things up along with that orbital ultimate from Taiko, but Melody manages to get Lilac before being speared out of nowhere by Blood Bunny. Honestly, if you were Timeless Nightmare, you will at least take that fight, right? You forced out 2 ultimates from Lava Lilies Rising, one of them being like a very immense orbital.
Yeah, I agree with you here, and we get to see, you know, Timeless Nightmare charging up these ultimates, and I gotta say, if Lava Lilies keeps on pushing this, Timeless Nightmare is gonna be able to charge up these ults.
Yeah, it looks like Blood Bunny dropping very low in that process. His Terra surging, manages to get 3 in it, and the Blizzard is committed by Soup and manages to get 2 in that chaos, both of the supports, which is critical if you are Timeless Nightmare trying to retake the point. So this is a battle of like skill and who can get the last set of shots with the Soj still alive, but it's a stop. Oh my god!
It's a neutral
that
fight.
is a neutral game. It just so happens it is on the spawn side of Timeless Nightmare. Therefore, ultimately, Timeless Nightmare win that fight just because of where spawns are. And if you think about it, Lava Lilies Rising did even, I don't think they even capped it. Oh no, they did. They did at least got forward spawns for it. So they're going to be grouped up for this next fight with Lilac already building towards another pulse bomb. Blood Bunny going in this wall top by Soup and is trying to play their life but is unable to with Naku just doing so much damage with that high noon followed up by everyone else on the team. This is not looking great and does just turn in the favor of Timeless Nightmare at the end of the day. So we're hitting a map 5 is what we're looking at, Naya.
Yeah, this is fantastic, and you know, Timeless Nightmare definitely deserves this win here. They were definitely proving what they could do against Lava Lilies. I gotta say though, just looking at Runasapi, that was the first time I got to see a neutral fight like that happen, where somebody kills somebody and the other person kills the same, and they both fall down. But yeah, a lot of good stuff seen here throughout this map, and just heading towards this next one, it should be a great one.
It is definitely going to be a great one. And if you are Lava Lilies Rising or a Lava Lilies Rising fan, you are thinking you are going to look at this in your favor, or at least in a light favorable towards you, because you get to pick the map, right? If in this kind of 5 map setup you want to win, it is always in your favor if you win on your map choice, if you get the map choice. But it looks like we need to take a short break just to get Prod up and running with a few things that need to be worked on. So don't go anywhere, we will be back. today's Calling All Heroes Rising. And if you don't see the score above us, that is our currently score of 2-2. We are hitting a map 5 and closing it out on what might be the most dive map of all dive maps in Overwatch. Hello, we're saying hi to Watchpoint Gibraltar as our final map for this series.
Yeah, and we might even be able to see those, bring on a backlines, some really nasty anti plays, some nasty, dive bombs, getting up in their faces. But we also might be able to see that Ash gameplay from the side of Nightmare, because you're able to control that nice high ground at the beginning there. But looking at the attacker side of you, they might try and sim TP that bridge to just get that height.
Exactly, that's the common strategy I guess you could think of when playing on Watchpoint Gibraltar, which is, that as an attacker, you want that high ground right away and TP towards it. So we're at least expecting to see something pretty similar from both of these teams if we're following very traditional rollouts on Watchpoint Gibraltar, because I think just how the map is designed at the end of the day still leads to something heavily dive and really all about taking that space slowly and steadily.
Yeah, and maybe they'll even like surprise up on us during cast here, where they do something with their team composition that we haven't seen here as much up on cast. But if I was to say anything, like how we were talking up on the break, I feel like we're gonna be able to see more of that diva up to the dive, because we've been seeing some nasty diva gameplay.
Yep, from both sides, especially from the side of Lava Lilies Rising with Blood Bunny just really doing so much work on that diva, really showing that the characters might actually be, I guess, something that they're most proficient in at the end of the day. So it's up to, I guess, Melody to see if they can keep up with it, or at least survive long enough that, Soup on maybe that hit scan is going to do so much work for them. Because when Soup is on that Ashe, they're able to do so much work. And even on just like the Widowmaker, if they can play that hit scan type of character, they can hit hits. They can click hits.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. And even with like the Widow pick, as you said, that could be excellent, just to have that backline, hold that, try and find some value. But hey, we got a wonderful map on our hands, and we also got a wonderful series. So let's take a look here to see what team's really gonna, boost out of the spawn here. And it seems to be, if we're Lilocked, we're doing the Sim TP.
This is a sim TP just to get everyone else safely across to that high ground, but definitely Lilock will be playing that Tracer character to continuously push that point for Lava Lilies Rising so that it conveniently gets past under that bridge with no issues. Timeless Nightmare, though, knowing how Blood Bunny is probably someone who's very proficient playing that Mei, have opted to that Diva have opted to play a Mei, because if there's one thing I at least know, it's very easy to harass a Diva when you're playing Mei, and I think that's a slight tweak in the competition that Timeless Nightmare are going for against Lava Lilies Rising, with Blood Bunny already trying to take that high ground with that soft dive, but is ultimately pushed out by Melody. But the supports of Lava Lilies Rising are already at that key point of Gibraltar to comfortably sit in and do some additional damage in, with them already taking Soup's head off, and a huge anti followed up by Queen V onto them.
Yeah, that's a fantastic shot from Dave M, getting that up on the Soup. But I gotta say, I like how Lava Lilies is playing. They got somebody up on cart escorting, and Dave M is still following up on the picks, getting Fabby.
Yeah, and it looks like for this Lava Lilies Rising squad, they're understanding that whenever Blood Bunny jumps in, that is the best time for them to come out and do a shot, and they're almost get their head cut off by Soup themselves, and try to take a different angle, albeit from the lower side of it, as the cart continues rolling and is rolling towards the checkpoint, but it's not a safe place as Melody finally gets Queen V, forcing everyone else from Lava Lilies to like softly back off, because there is no Ana to really heal them, with Lilock in that backline taking that Mega and still dies on their way out, because if there's anything, Diva Rockets are still painful.
Yeah, looking at this though, Timeless Nightmare definitely needed this stop against Lava Lilies Rising, but they still have to be aware of they them. They have been applying a lot of damage to that side of Timeless Nightmare, and Soup's been kinda, active trying to scout they them. But I gotta say, looking at the ult economy, both of these teams will have ults to use, and that May Blizz might just come out up on the side of Timeless Nightmare to be a little more aggressive.
That they them committing this sites just to create figure out where everyone else from the side of Timeless Nightmare is trying to pressure out Fabi, who's dropping very low, and that wall from Naku is just there to block the sideline. Nano committed from the side of Timeless Nightmare just to keep Fabi up, and with that huge anti though, it might force still Fabi to just go back, especially with those final picks onto Melody, who had the Diva Bomb to remake, and you could see how impressive they them is when given the angle, just with that 3 kills on the field.
Yeah, that is fantastic from them. They have been doing a fantastic job. They them just really, really great Widow player against the lineup of Timeless Nightmare. But I gotta say, they're still following up in picks here, Thor, and it's definitely going their way here, especially with Queen Bee with the Nano. They could do some damage.
Yeah, Queen Bee still with that Nano just means they could ultimately give that to Blood Bunny, not only to sustain, but for Blood Bunny to build towards the ult again. So that's more of a matter of tracking how much percentage Blood Bunny is building towards their ult as Melody tries to take that high ground from everyone else on the team, especially them who is dropping very, very low and needs to back off and regroup with their supports who are being pressured out yet again by Melody, who in the process of all of that, Fabi gets Blood Bunny, and now that's forcing Lava Lily's Rising to just play this a bit slower with a flanking or rallying Brig behind them, who is ultimately melted by Taiko in the process because antis are still a thing. This backline of Lava Lily's Rising is still alive in this tiny room.
Yeah, and I like that. Lava Lily's putting this aggression up on a Timeless Nightmare. I feel like that's something that they definitely need here to escort that payload. But yeah, they are doing a fantastic job. They still have the Nano up in bounds, and they also have this Winston Primal to use. Same with this Rally, so 3 ultimates up on their bank. Something might be popped here.
Yeah, Melody having to recontest the point and touch it, forcing out the Nano from Queen Bee onto Blood Bunny. Ultimately, Melody too low to continue contesting point, while everyone else from Timeless Nightmare not really there to follow up effectively, and this has to be a reset for these respective players on Timeless Nightmare, with Instinct still somewhere on the backside. And
Yeah,
manages to get wait. And manages to get Lilac in the process, is still in the backline, is effectively rotating back with team. Instinct should not be alive and is still doing God's work.
Yeah, this is crazy gameplay from Instinct, and Instinct will have this Nano to use. And, Queen Bee doesn't have that Nano anymore. So Lava Lilies won't have that, but they will have these other ultimates as we see Primal, Pulse, Primal getting used at the moment.
Yeah, Nano committed onto Soup to keep Soup alive and do so much damage onto Blood Bunny, who is primaling and could not even travel further in, but the Pulse Bomb goes onto Fabi and puts them out of their misery and back into the spawn room, and that just provides free space for Lava Lily's Rising to continue pushing, forcing Soup to be the one to mark this Tracer instead, who has been harassing the backline. Naku committing Bob just means there's more pressure onto the point to provide breathing room for Fabi to come back and at least shave off some time. I think that but Lilac is just back again, getting Fabi. The backline of Timeless Nightmare just falling apart, and discoordinated dives from Lava Lily's Rising just being so oppressive. Timeless Nightmare struggling.
Yeah, hey, as I said, this is Winton's hometown, and it's proving a point, but Soup trying to find some value.
Yeah, Jaime committed gets Queen Bee in the process, and I think that's a good trade to have. That's less healing onto this Winston, who has to play their life a bit more, especially with the Brigade as their only source of healing. And it's a Brigade with no rally, but the D-Mech onto Melody forces a bomb, and no one touches the point?
Oh no, that's very
Um,
unlucky. But, if we're looking at the time, Thor, that's a lot of time for Lava Lilies to work with, right? 2:20 up on the clock. So if it were to go to that like 3-3 overtime situation, they might just have more time than Timeless with the aggression that they've been putting up on Timeless. They could possibly stop them here, but this isn't the end for you, Timeless. This is your time to shine to get 3 and push your way into that overtime with the extra time.
exactly, and the thing though that Timeless Timer have to, I guess, figure out with how they plan to, I guess, run these compositions, their compositions they're going for is dealing with, I guess, the aggression coming from Lava Lilies Rising in terms of how much space Blood Bunny is creating. I think one way or another, they them isn't as being pressured out, I guess, now compared to Soup when it comes to these dives, because one way or another, Lilac is always somewhere being a nuisance. And that's just made it harder for Soup to just get any value at the end of the day. So I'm hoping to see some maybe swaps, I guess, maybe from Timeless Nightmare to deal with that kind of pesky annoyance from Lilac.
Yeah, I agree with you here. Lilac has been definitely putting that pressure up on the Soup and denying Soup's factor of getting they them. And we've seen a lot of they them kill feed just currently, but it seems to be the Genji Widow is going to be sticking the side of Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, and as Timeless Nightmare take the same rotation coming in, they manage to anti this monkey who has to die right away, and that's exactly what should be the play at the end of the day. Soup taking they them out in the process just means there's a few room for Timeless Nightmare to take this high ground for them, as everyone else from Lava Lilies has to back off to a safer spot now that they don't have a tank nor a Widowmaker to pressure out the enemy Widowmaker. So that's a hard regroup for Lava Lilies.
Yeah, and it seems to be three of them are playing the ground play here, but we also get to see Lilac up on that side, just trying to force out the rig, but we also see they them holding the corner guard well.
Yeah, they them trying to look for an angle to work with Gift Pick, but in the process are unable to, as Melody just quickly melts Blood Bunny with, I guess it might have been an anti or combo from Instinct, but they them in that process gets Naku for that sick flick, so no one's really pushing hard on the side of Timeless Nightmare, as no, they then manages to dodge a nade just as effectively, with Soup knowing where Lilac is trying to time those peaks, but Soup having to back down with a Diva diving on them means that they have to back off, but that sleep from Instinct at least slows down this recontest from Lava Lilies, especially now that Blood Bunny is anti and needs to play their life. Soup though gets Lilac in the process, and that just means the cart now is able to push a bit more freely, as no one is there to be a pesky nuisance or annoyance. You could see that that is trying to look for Soup with this Widowmaker to prevent their head from getting shut off, but the backline of Lava Lilies Rising is doing their best to stay alive, but that's an unfortunate miss of a sleep by Queen Bee, letting just knock on an Instinct play to Rain. Now that Instinct has the sites that they want to play, this is looking a bit more dicey for Lava Lilies Rising as Nako deals with the cleanups.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you here. You know, they're following up on the cleanups, and it seems to be they're going to be pushing their way into the second with 4:10 up on the clock. That is pretty nice for that time bank, but looking at Nightmare, they will be popping sites, and they them as well up on Lava Lilies.
Yeah, a quick wave from Soup just to tell they them that they also have sights. So this is going to be a pretty even playing field from both teams. So it's a lot of this is just making sure that no one really pokes their heads out for the Widow to get value. The blade committed by Naku going in, trying to get Lilac in the process, especially with that Nano boosting everything up for them. So Nano Blade combo still existing in 2024.
Yeah, pretty nice there with that combo, only getting one elimination, possibly two there, but Timeless Nightmare will have two ultimates to work with here, Melody and Fabi with two, but Lava Lilies Rising, they will have some ultimates to work with. They'll have four up in their bank, and I gotta say, they're gonna go aggressive here.
Yeah, going aggressive with that Nano onto Blood Bunny just means the high ground is completely clean, and forcing Blood Bunny to feel and turn around for those who are points. Fabi having to rally to keep themselves up, at least gets Lilac in the process, turning this into something that's a bit more competitive for Timeless Nightmare, as they are up by two players, swing after swing, getting everyone very low on the side of the Lava Lilies Rising, while keeping your team up is the name of the game, and Fabi just did that exactly.
Yeah, they are approaching towards the time here. If you are Timeless Nightmare, you have 4:15 up on the clock, and I gotta say, Thor, that's a lot of time to work with. Plus, you could charge up these ultimates. We get to see Soup, they, them, as well with Omos with the sights enabled. So that might be something again, but they, them, showing what they could do to Soup.
Yeah, they them are just them getting those picks after Soup, and now that there's space for everyone else on Lava Lily's Rising to kind of like peek their heads out safely, that allows Blood Bunny to scout where everyone wants to set up. With that Genji of Naku already taking high ground, trying to get they them off an angle and being really far and deep with really no backup. Lilac seeing this tries to chase after Naku, who's dropping very low and has to regroup with the team. Blood Bunny still pressuring them out, and that's why you don't go in deep. They them apparently still has sights of everyone as they do a grapple shot, trying to see someone gets nothing, as everyone else from Timeless Nightmare just has to wait.
Yeah, and Lava Lilies is taking time off the side of Timeless Nightmare. So if you're Timeless Nightmare and if you want to do something, you kind of got to do it now. But Instinct will have this Nano, and we also see Naku with the Blade almost coming up. So that might be that combo that Timeless Nightmare needs here going up against Lava Lilies.
Yeah, and if you are at least Lava Lilies, you're trying to build to your own Nano, and that's exactly what the great trade though is that made onto your monkey that happens to get a Genji, so that makes this fight even a bit more feasible for Lava Lilies Rising to build towards their ult, as the Ana is split from their Diva and is dropping very low, with Zylock just following up on that engagement from Blood Bunny, who is still managing to stay alive against all this pressure from Timeless Nightmare.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I love the aggression that we're seeing from Blood Bunny up on the Winston. Same with Lilac, trying to focus out Soup, and there's other supports up on Timeless Nightmare, but it seems to be that we're gonna be heading to a pause.
We got a tactical pause. Probably someone had a disconnection issue of sorts, but what, from what we have seen so far, what is the reason you could think of that Blood Bunny has opted for this monkey instead of a Diva?
Maybe it's, more aggression up on the DPS and the support. So we've been seeing like a lot of value jumping, the main support, focusing out the main support. Even, uh, we have Soup playing Widow. They've been focusing out, the Widow, both Widows doling each other. But if we're talking about the Winston gameplay, it's kind of peak right now, especially up on Winton hometown.
Exactly, and you could see just from the coordination that whenever Blood Bunny does go in, everyone else from the side of Lava Lily's Rising is just there to really ensure that that engagement gets some sort of value, whether that's as a Widowmaker peeking at the same time as that jump to at least get an unsuspecting target, or even Lilac just following up from those jumps that get certain squishies to like super low health, and Lilac's just like, I'm going in and taking it. So that's been looking great for Lava Lily's Rising. For Timeless Nightmare though, how do you think they should be playing this next set of pushes?
A lot more aggressive with their ults, as we saw the Nano and the Blade up on their side. Hopefully none of those people DC'd, because that would be pretty unfortunate, having one lose. But here we go, we are in, and it seems to be the ultimates are still there for Timeless Nightmare, so the Nano Blade is in it.
As we have mentioned, it's just Banana Blade going in, getting the picks, and that is the getting picks on that break, and Widow, which is exactly what you would want as that Genji, because that relieves pressure on everyone else from your team. But Blood Bunny in this primal mode is getting still that immense value, even though they've lost that break and that Widowmaker early on. But Melody taking the trades one by one is the mech in the process and has to use that bomb just to regroup with the team as easily as time continues trickling down. Wow, Nano committed by Screen B just to keep the monkey alive, and with an anti onto Fabi, that just makes the rally be less like a struggle to deal with. But Fabi plays their life, manages to back off, but still Instinct alive with that extra over health, and allows Timeless Nightmare to continue pushing forward, especially now that sites have been committed by them, who is still at a pretty strong angle, but they're trying to keep Soup in check, who has a better angle on them and now also has sides. But sides does not matter for them. They are just them, and taking that shot onto Soup at the end of the day. For if you are Timeless Nightmare, you just need to play your life, especially for Fabi, who drops very low as Lilac capitalizes on a low HP target at the end of the day. With both breaks and breaks out of the equation, it's all up to Honest to keep their team alive. But with Instinct dying in that process, this is looking like a hard reset for Timeless Nightmare with 45 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and this is a little scary if you're Timeless Nightmare, right? Heading up into a team that has been kind of stopping you up on your defense. I gotta give credit to them. They have been really, really significant heading up against Soup, getting the picks of what they need. But just looking at Timeless Nightmare, they're gonna have another Genji Blade for that Nano Engage. So that's probably gonna be something that's gonna be seen here, as well as Melody's Diva Bomb.
Yeah, but if you're Travis Nightmare, you need Naku to be staying alive while trying to build towards that. Full spawn committed by Ladlock gets Fabi in the process, there is no protection for Instinct, so Nano is committed now onto Naku, and they're looking for targets. Magnus to get two, gets two at least, and Soup in the process gets the other two. So all we have left on the point is a Primaling Monkey trying to stall this even further for them, and that is not enough, allowing Timeless Nightmare to cap the point in overtime. A minute left on the bank. But that's also a minute additional for Lava Lilies Rising, who have 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, I was kind of getting scared for Timeless Nightmare there. I really thought that they were going to lose that one, but really good job to step up their game to get up into this one, getting that minute up on the board. And I got to say, they will take whatever time possible here up on this final map to give their dreams to possibly getting up into that grand final. But Lava Lilies Rising showing a very nice strength up on that defense door. We got to see a lot of good picks through the DPS, and even Blood Bunny going crazy up on the backline supports.
Exactly, and if you're Timeless Nightmare, right, that 1 minute you have to work with, it becomes a matter of figuring out how are you going to. I guess maybe not on your attack, but it's more of a question on your defense, right? How do you shave that time down effectively? So I'm thinking maybe on that defense, Timeless Nightmare might have something a bit different up their sleeve.
I'll keep our medics safe.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? They might go a little quicker with their tempo, or maybe they'll go a little slower and try and coordinate those angles of what the enemy team is coordinating. But I do like what Timeless Nightmare is doing right now. They have the Sim TP set up for the bridge, so let's just see what Timeless Nightmare could do here against Lava Lilies.
Exactly. Queen already set up in their usual spot, looking for a nade to toss into this doorway, obviously. But you are waiting for that DM out of a diva because you want that nade to get value of sorts. But it looks like it might have just been eaten by the Ana. Eaten by the DM at the end of the day. As the card continues not pushing, but them taking a very aggressive angle, gets Instinct in the process. Is not looking good already for Timeless Nightmare, who have to slowly back off into that tiny room and wait for their Ana to respawn while, trying to get a monkey, I guess, off a point.
Yeah, Lava Lilies is just trying to, escort this payload as much as possible. But, well, oh, wrong team. Timeless Nightmare, though, doing a fantastic job, escorting the payload. But I will say, if they, do a nice job with what they're doing with Melody up on the Diva, they could apply that pressure to that backline, which you're doing right now.
Yep, exactly. Made into Taiko, managed to get them very low, means they're out of the game. But with this overtime continue ticking, their next site has to be on trying to make sure them doesn't get any more value in this high ground that they're playing at. As the card continues to roll in with a stack of 3 onto card to make it move even faster, it looks like the last fight is going to happen under this underbridge, with sites already available for them realizing that everyone else from not another C9.
Yeah, this is going to be a scary situation now for Timeless Nightmare to try and, hold this defense against Lava Lilies, which Lava Lilies store has 3 minutes and 20 seconds against the team that only had a minute and was struggling to cap for 3.
That was an unfortunate moment at the end of the day for Timeless Nightmare. You could see from sites of them where everyone else was hovered, and one way or another the sites did prevent, I guess it puts some level of fear of having to peek out towards that point. But when your diva is that anti, right, someone else has to take the point. Because at the end of the day, we're still a point-based objective game.
Hey, more Winton gameplay as it seems up on Blood Bunny's part of Lava Lilies Rising. They're going to be taking that aggression towards Timeless Nightmare here, and just looking at it, maybe Timeless Nightmare can upset them, but with the way Lava Lilies Rising have been playing Thor, this might just go the way of Lava Lilies Rising.
Part of the challenge that Timeless Nightmare have to deal with in this specific defense is where the cards stop. the cart effectively stopped right under this right under the like on the underground portion, which is such a tough spot to I guess have it stopped at, for the sole reason that if you want to protect your teammates who are under it, that just means the high ground is free for Lava Lilies to take. And that is even harder to do when they then gets, knocked out of the fight with a clean headshot on their head as they grapple up, trying to get one more, manage to get Soup. This is really not looking great for Timeless Nightmare as the cart continues rolling forward, and Timeless Nightmare are having to figure out what to do, especially with this Brig on a setup, and you just have a Diva left. Now that they're all forced into servers, someone has to touch point, and that has to be your Diva. But with your support stuck in a different room because of a Widowmaker who is now on low ground, maybe this is the best time for them to peek out and heal for you and get that healing back. And that's exactly what Instinct or Fabi are trying to do, with Melody trying to do some tech to stay alive and manage to get Tycho in the process. Players are still super low from the side of Lava Lilies Rising. A lot of this is just making sure everyone else keeps out and stays alive. You could see that Instinct is trying to fight off Them who has sights, and at the end of the day, Naku and Melody at least managed to clear up the point for them, with Instinct maybe dying to Them, but that means Them has to go back to spawn room because no one else is there to peel for them.
Yeah, and this is something that Timeless Nightmare definitely needed here up on this defense against the Lava Lilies Rising, because they didn't get as much of a good push up on their attack here up in extra time. But looking at the ults, right, they're going to have so much to use, and it seems to be the Pulse Bomb was used.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb was used by Naka, doesn't get anything, but Soup at least gets Queen Bee in the process, so that just means that is less healing on the point, so Blood Bunny has to play a bit of their HP a bit more as they then get Soup in the process. Melody though does get Tycho, so there is still that rally to keep everyone a bit up and healthy on the point, as Fabi and Melody and Naku are doing their best to keep everything alive. So honestly, great job on the whole so far by Timeless Nightmare. Lava Lilies Rising, they still have time to work with.
Yeah. And, just talking about Timeless Nightmare, I give credit to the supports that are up on this, defensive backline. They have been gearing up Melody, but the anti is huge.
Oh, the anti-sleep onto Instinct is so huge, and at the end of the day, just Queen Bee showing they are the better Ana, but before their dying breath, Instinct gives that nano onto Melody, allowing them to stall point a bit more alongside Fabi, who is still alive, but with that nano on the Winston, it's looking very dicey, and with no other supports on the point, Melody has to pop this bomb to stay alive, and they are able to do so as Naka manages to get them, so that's less pressure on the point to do some harassment. Instinct coming back on this Kiriko and Fabi on the Lucio means they're just back just in time, and for Timeless Nightmare, this is looking favorable for them right now. This is looking like they could turn this around. The only thing that might stop them is Tycho with this rally.
Yeah, and let's see how Tycho, positions with the rally, but also we get to see the Pulse Bomb from Nightmare charging up, so that might be also a win con from Nightmare. So both of the teams have a win con, and it seems to be Rising is going to go quick.
Yeah, Lava Lilies Rising, popping that rally to keep everyone else healthy on point. They then getting Fabi with that huge anti from Queen Bee in the process, but Soup getting the head off of Queen Bee just means that there's no more healing on point, but at the end of the day, that's just fine because everyone else on Lava Lilies Rising is still healthy, and honestly, for Lava Lilies Rising, that should not have gone as far as it should have in terms of trying to get the point. Timeless Nightmare, just superb job at the end of the day, just keeping that point alive. And I think this would be an interesting match to see yet again in Grand Finals, because I think this matchup between Timeless Nightmare and Lava Lilies Rising has been looking very solid. But Timeless Nightmare still has to go through that all losers bracket to first get themselves back into that spot.
For sure, and I totally agree with you here. This was a very nice series. We got to see that Map 5 banger, and Lava Lilies Rising will get the spot up in the grand final, but tomorrow is going to be pretty interesting as well. We get to see the, lower bracket players, go in with the teams, but, Timeless Nightmare, this is, the second chance time for you here, where you can prove yourself up in that lower bracket. But yeah, Thor, this has been a fantastic series.
Yeah, and I think we will be having interviews with one of the players from our winning team, Lava Lilies Rising, with Lilac, who has been doing superb also on that tracer for this whole night and for this whole afternoon for calling all heroes. So I think we are taking a short break before that, or are we jumping right in right now, production? All right, so we will be right back in a few minutes for that interview with Lilac. And we're back, and joining us in this call is Lilac and Willow, who, are coming from this 3-2 win from Lava Lilies Rising. So welcome and into the room for the interview.
Yeah, nice to be
Hey.
here for once. Someone else take some from me.
Well, I was glad to have you. It's glad to have you in the room today. I did play against you, I think, on SPCS for a while, so it's nice to actually match a voice to, the skill. So I do have a question. So we saw on that last map of Gibraltar, where the point ended. It looked pretty. How was the mental of that team, knowing that you guys still haven't fully taken that box with probably just a minute left on the clock?
I mean, I think most of us were fine. I was being really stupid and not being fine, but everyone else was fine, I think. I was being stupid and rushing everything. That's just on me, though. Everyone else seemed fine, though. They were all good. They all knew we could win that easy.
Yeah, definitely. Nice. And I think you did put in a lot of work for, I guess, the team just even pushing the cart, because even pushing the cart is such a critical role in Overwatch.
Yeah. It's all I do. I push it to cart. My thing.
Yeah, well, here's my question for you guys. Were you guys scared of Timeless at all?
Oh, no. I mean, we played them in Switzerland and they had a different tank, and we kind of rolled them a little bit, and so we're like, even if it's a new tank, we'll surely be fine. Surely. And then it was a little closer, and we're like, But still not really nervous about it. I don't know. I felt fine going into it. I mean, especially because we 3-0'd our other matches today, so I was like, I don't know, we can lose a map, we can lose 2, it's fine, we still win 3.
Yeah,
they can
use
Malga. It's fine.
Not a Malga fan, lie.
I'm not a fan of the Unga Bunga rushing at us. It wasn't very fun, I think. Not the most ideal thing to play into randomly.
Get stomped, perma? I don't know. I think you just need to get used to it.
Shout out to me blinking into stomps. I'm so bad, actually.
Hey, I'll say, you know, even up on Runasapi, you guys definitely still tried to give it your all against, you know, the Malga composition. We've seen, you know, multiple fights where it would go towards Timeless, but you guys would be able to flip the fight, pushing it back.
I mean, I don't know, either just call to go bot or like, kite just enough for them, but I don't know, we didn't really execute it that well. We were just all over the place on Runasapi especially, I think. Not really all over the place, just more of they kept running at us very fast and we could not figure out how to deal with it on the fly. But I don't know, I think we started to figure it out and we'll be fine tomorrow if they make grands.
Yeah, that's an excellent word to say. And you know, final question from me here. Looking into the grand final, who do you think has a shot? You know, just going up into it. I gotta say for myself, Timeless would be a great matchup for you guys again.
Oh yeah, I mean obviously Timeless are making it. I'm not sure if anyone else is. Once they, I don't know, they're looking better than last week, so it's just maybe MRG make it. I don't know. MRG are pretty good, but I don't really see anyone else making it. It's just us three and one of us in grands.
Yeah, I think I respect it and remember, but I was thinking about it, and I may have mentioned this in the cast a couple of times, but it really seems that for Lava Lilies Rising, like, you guys are very proficient in those kind of dive-gear compositions, and when faced against something a bit brawlier and Unga Bunga, like the Malga composition of Timeless Nightmare, that's where the struggle has been. So what is the game plan of, I guess, for your team moving forward if your expectation is running into Timeless Nightmare again in Grand Finals?
I can't believe you're asking me to reveal the secrets
Uh,
now. That's so rude.
gotta tease.
No, I mean, I don't know. We're just gonna bot it. We're gonna look over it. We'll figure out a game plan for that. We just were caught off guard. We didn't know they were running it. Ooh, true. The Lilac Maze coming out. Actually, it's gonna make everyone cry.
Okay.
My team's gonna cry. They're gonna hate me.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I'll make sure not to tune in tomorrow. Actually, that'll be fine.
I like playing the main character. That's only how I climb on DPS. I'll be honest. I'm not gonna, no shame. That's the only way I climb on DPS is playing Mei. So there is still room for in I guess compositions for brawlier stuff. But are there any shout outs that the two of you have for, you know, those either on your team or behind the scenes that you would like to make?
For us, I don't know, just shout out to my whole team. I love them so much. They're amazing. They're so much better than me and they're awesome and they carry me. I love them. Willow's also on the team, so Willow, I love you too.
I technically
You're
am,
awesome.
still, yeah.
Yeah. Also, my
I was
coach.
gonna
My
say-
coach is good. Alex, love you. You're awesome.
I was gonna say a huge shout out as well to Caro, who is
Ooh.
on the bench with me. Mine self-inflicted Caro as well. So we just really positive the whole time. It's just always like
Yeah.
cheering on the team, like super
Caro's
fun to have
great.
around. I played with
always
Caro like
great.
way back, and then the re-meet here, and she's just always like really chill. Just has a really good time despite not playing. It's very very sweet.
Yeah, Caro's a part of the team. I mentioned her before. Well, not specifically, but
Yeah,
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 we
yeah,
love
yeah.
her. She's fired up like a volcano all the time.
Fired up
Genuinely.
like a volcano.
Her little catchphrase.
Well, it's great to have someone with that energy and like positivity at least to keep the team moving forward. And you know, that's definitely what you need also for just keeping the mental and energy up for the team to continue playing. But Lilac, Willow, thank you for joining us in the in the live. And honestly, it's great to know that even when it looked kind of dicey towards that end for the team, like, you guys really just locked it in, and it really did show. So we look forward to seeing how well you're also going to perform in the grand finals tomorrow.
Thank you. God, I gotta go nap.
All right, so tomorrow, what do we have for tomorrow, Naya?
Well, we get to see the lower bracket seeds, so we'll be able to see 2 matches of the lower bracket uh, played out here up on our Rising stream. But the main stream, which will be covered by Overwatch Esports, the grand final, the big event, which everybody will be looking forward to, which will have Lava Lilies Rising and another team. As I said, I see Timeless Nightmare going back up into that one. It would be a fantastic rematch, but yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah. And that is it for us on the Rising, Calling All Heroes Rising for today. My name is Daria Maya, your play-by-play caster, and Naya for our analyst. And we're here just going to close it out for you guys. So everyone have a good night and enjoy the rest of your evening/day.
Have a nice one, everyone.